Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Monkey in the Morning. I'm your host, the Ranting Monkey, and I hope you guys are doing well. Hope everybody's having a great day out there. I'm good, just a little sore, but happy how it goes. Um, Shocked to be talking about this one again so quickly. I thought for sure we'd have a couple of days off, but before we get into that, just programming note: Jack will be here. He's just not at home at the moment. He'll be there in a couple of minutes, but. Also, we talked about your boy Pat yesterday, where his sister had put out a statement saying he had pneumonia and wasn't doing very well. He himself responded on Twitter today where he said she was being dramatic and that he's okay. But he also said that the doctors are telling him he might not be released till Friday. So it's not like there's nothing going on with him. So he is in the hospital still with pneumonia, but he's apparently a little more coherent to where he's posting for himself now. And just wish him all the best out there. So, that was good to hear from him. When somebody's like, oh, somebody's not doing well, maybe give us a little heads up. So hopefully he'll be out of the hospital sooner than Friday because, oh, God, I hate being in the hospital. I absolutely loathe being in a hospital. But, Pat, don't be a man about this, okay? Take it easy, rest up. Do what your doctors tell you to do, and get better so we can have you out here with us again in the real world. So hospitals suck. Just stay the fuck out of them. All right, before we get into the Nick stuff tonight, we got to do an update from before we do an update, two things. I need to turn down my volume and welcome Jack to the stream. What's up, Jack? How you doing, man?
Yeah, not too bad. How you doing?
Oh, living the dream.
I apologize for being late.
Oh, you're fine. I was sitting here and like, there's no good reason for me not to just go ahead and do the stream now. And then I gave myself extra time so that I could make sure that the documents we're going to look at don't have Rekieta's home address on them.
Yeah.
And still was a couple minutes after the posted time of the stream. So shit happens, right?
Yeah, that'll happen.
How you doing today, dude?
Let's not talk about me. How you doing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
We were just getting
awesome.
into the update on the Wendigoon situation because our little soy boy had a comment, several of them actually, not to us that I saw at least because I wasn't paying attention, but on his Patreon and the one we're looking at here, a community note that he left on his YouTube page about the whole situation. Jack, I went and watched his Hills Have Eyes video. Somebody in the comments gave a brief rundown of what people's problem with it was. I'm like, I guess I should probably go watch this thing. And honestly, I only made it about halfway through. So my commentary on it's going to be based on the first half of it. At one point, he's discussing the two different folks or the two different groups in the Hills Have Eyes, the Hill people and those dirty, rich New Yorkers.
Is he talking about the original or the remake?
The original, the
Okay.
1977, I think.
Something like that.
He's talking about how they're not actually from the same country. They're only from the same country if you go by borders, but they're actually diametrically opposed people. And hang on, it gets better. And you can't really expect people like that to get along when they disagree with each other so much. And the whole time he's saying this shit, guess what video he's playing in the background?
What?
January 6th footage.
Of course he is. I was going to guess Charlottesville, but...
You'd have been close, yeah.
Hey, Pat, hope you're feeling better, man.
Pat, relax. Take it easy. Turn this shit off and go rest somewhere.
Bang some nurses.
Bang a nurse or two. Dark Conservatarian before the show. Thank you so very much. I've yet to catch up on the last stream, but this Nick R stuff is crazy. The fact people are defending it is even crazier. First Crowder, now Nick R. Right-wingers are defending right-wingers just because they're right-wingers, and it ticks me off. Yeah, welcome to tribal politics.
Yeah, it's fucking childish. And we have caught some shit for that, over the years.
Sure, yeah.
But what are you gonna do? But I've taken instead. People used to call them Nikki Rackets. I'm changing that. It's now Nikki Ratchets.
He doesn't clean up. It's going to be Nikki Ricketts. Snubber, thank you. Random question. What is your opinion on intersex? As I understand it, is just usually benign effects like micropenes. The whole thing of intersex is nonsensical because they took a whole bunch of completely unrelated conditions and were like, look, this is a new thing. They literally lump in hermaphrodites. Fuck it. Hermaphrodites and like people with micro penis. They're completely unrelated, but it's all part of the nonsensical intersectionality. Because if you look at the actual thing, look how often you have people point out intersex when you're talking about trans things. What about intersex? And they know everybody at that moment goes, oh, you mean hermaphrodites? There are a handful of hermaphrodites in the world, like literally a handful of them. They barely register even on the most forgiving scale of a group. Okay. You're talking, there's more fans of Ghostbusters 16 than there are hermaphrodites in the world. I mean, genuine fans, Jack, not just people who did it for political clout, but like
that makes me sad.
I know, but it's true. You have to throw in all of these other conditions, and then they still are like less than 0.001% of the population. So it's just nonsensical. That's all. Anyway, let's get back to. Oh, what's up, Scribbles? Go ahead, bud.
Describe. Now, I would argue that micropenis is not a minor issue.
I would suggest it's a very minor issue.
Not for the person that's got it.
It's an exceptionally minor issue. It's a tiny issue.
Have you ever been watching a porn, like, say, hypothetically, a glory hole porno, and suddenly a micropenis appears and it throws you off completely?
I can honestly say no. I've never seen that. I have seen a micro. I've seen a micro penis, and they're kind of disturbing because it literally looks like somebody put the top of an acorn on somebody's nutsack. It's really disturbing. Yeah. Anyway, to our friend Zane here, Mr. In Praise of Shadows, he had this to say. Hey, everyone. I have already addressed this on Twitter and Patreon, but I thought I would do one community note before I left. I've decided it is best at the moment to take down the entire bad conservative horror video. Yeah, he did. He took the whole thing down now, Jack.
Did he ever talk about bad conservative horror films?
Very briefly in it. He does talk about like a Daily Wire movie, I think.
Then he goes back to like how much I hate Wendigoon.
Wendigoon sucks.
And other people with friends.
Yeah, so originally he just cuts out the Wendigoon part, but he got so much backlash for it, he just took the whole thing down.
Probably.
He says, where are we? It does not represent me or who I wish to be as a person or a creator. I need to stop him right there. How does this not represent you? This wasn't a spur of the moment thing, and I can prove it because you go on. He says, I admit that I messed up pretty badly in my delivery and made a lot of mistakes, and I'm really sorry for that. If I could do it again, I obviously would have done everything differently. This kind of content is not my fort. That word is fort, by the way, guys. And I have avoided it in the past because of that. After being harassed in December by Wendigoon fans and called slurs dozens of times, I was deeply upset over how I had been treated and my perception of him not calling off the attack. I acted out of hurt and acted in a way uncharacteristic of myself. All right, stop right there.
So tiresome.
All right. I want to remind all of you that this is all because of criticism. He might say December here, but no. This dates back 2 fucking years to that Hills Have Eyes video. He even mentions that in his Twitter thread about this.
This is sad, man.
So for 2 years, you held this grudge. And then this most recent thing is from December. We're talking 6 months later now. We're at the end of May.
He is the living embodiment of the meme of that lady throwing shit over the wall, and then it comes back.
Coming back.
Yeah, and it's like, oh my god, an attack! Call off your goons.
This is who you are. This was not do the voice. I don't know if I can. I have too much testosterone to sound like that.
Yeah, he's got more of an effeminate voice.
This wasn't a spur of the moment video. It is 3.5 hours long in its original form. He didn't put it out in January. It's May, for fuck's sake. You're such a bitch that 6 months later you're just like, I'm gonna get this motherfucker, and not even for what Wendigoon did, for Wendigoon fans.
Well, he didn't call him off, monkey.
Oh, yeah.
He controls his audience. That's how it works for the people I hate.
His using January 6th footage makes a lot more sense now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
This is exactly who you are. Why are you trying to pretend that it's not? You would get more love if you just came out and went, you know what? I'm a petty bitch. Because you are. You're just a petty bitch. And yeah, you fucked up real bad. And you know what? Being a petty bitch will do that. Some people have described the video as being very raw.
Okay.
But with that comes an element of being underbaked.
Does he not know what the word raw means?
6 months, man. 6 months. It wasn't raw. It was trash. Those are different.
I think he meant emotionally raw.
And I'm still sticking with trash.
Well, it's still trash, but I mean, just trying
it was
to see
emotional
it through his
trash.
Maybe one night while he was masturbating to his Will Wheaton poster collection, he was like, you know, I should really talk about that Wendigoon fella. He seems to dislike me.
I didn't do the level of research I should and normally would have done. Dude, at one point you literally said, I have no proof of this. Some people have speculated it. And that means it's a perception online. That was your proof of something.
Yeah, it's an online perception, ergo true, because I hate Wendigoon and the fact that he has friends.
I messed up there and fully acknowledged that in every way. So I'm taking it down. Well, good on you for taking it down because the video was trash. At the same time, I do not believe the harassment I received these past few days has been called for based on what I've done. Bro, you accuse somebody of threatening people with rape based on you hearing that somebody had said it. Somebody who is Sneeko, who used to be friends with Tate, something you used to attack somebody else with, that the guy had done a video with Tate.
Yeah. Did you get that donation from Tall Person?
I didn't see one. Is it on?
Rumble?
Oh, I have the YouTube chat up over there because I knew I had a stream or a donation from before the stream. Sorry about that, Tall Person. So happy I can catch one of these live. Happy International Hamburger Day. Off topic, but have you heard about Nick Calandra doxing Gums? No, I haven't. Fuck that guy. Not Grums. If you're doxing people, fuck you. Lots of bad behavior from Nicks lately. Yeah. Apparently it's a bad time to be. Well, isn't Satan's nickname like Nick? I'm not saying that this is
Santa Claus.
No, don't they call him like Little Nicky? Isn't that a nickname for Satan?
I don't know. I just wanted to get a cheap shot in there.
At Santa Claus?
Yeah. I didn't
what did Santa Claus do to you?
Well, you didn't give me any presents last year.
Which Nick doxed? His name is Nick Calandra, and he's doxing Grums. Grums is a video game developer who is outspoken on Twitter with all of the wrong opinions to be in the video game industry these days. Little Nicky is Adam Sandler. He's not the devil, but movie fans think he is. No, I thought the whole thing of calling him Little Nicky comes from calling Satan Little Nicky. Doesn't matter.
You're thinking of old Saint Nick.
No, I'm not. That's Santa Claus.
Uh-huh. Same letters.
Fuck you. Anyway, where are we? I don't think I deserve the harassment I got for being a complete douchebag. Any criticism of my work is fair, and I accept, welcome, and own that. What? Well, what's the harassment? Because I'll be honest with you, most of what I've seen is people going, "What you made is trash." I mean, the closest I can come to saying I saw a personal attack against him was Brandon saying that the guy had low testosterone. And I'll remind you, this guy accused Brandon of threatening people with rape.
Yeah.
I feel like saying you have low testosterone is not really harassment when you really did start that one. And by the way, you were a douche and used a picture of the guy with his grandpa, his sickly grandpa, to take a shot at him.
Yeah. Well, look, this guy can dish it out, but he can't take it. He's probably on his man period, and he's feeling very sensitive. That's why his nipples hurt and his imaginary uterus is tightening up.
We are all measured by our words and our actions. But I do think it's dangerous that these creators do not tweet about or acknowledge the obvious situation at play. Wendigoon went to your video and told people not to insult you on his behalf. That's who Wendigoon is. And granted, that happens after the fact, but now you're talking about, I think it's wrong that people don't say anything. He literally did that. Do you even give him credit for that here?
No. That was a dog whistle, like all these other things.
Like his Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah. It was a dog. He was probably wearing a Hawaiian shirt while typing that, ergo dog whistle. And everybody recognized that. He didn't come out and specifically say word for word what this guy wanted. Therefore, everybody's a bad person.
I will be fine. I don't know if I can do his voice. I will be fine. This is the last thing I'll say before I log off for a while. I want to reevaluate what I want my work to be. I want to stand as a positive force within horror and how to be my best self. I hope you will believe in me and my work again when I return. Bro, people haven't believed in your work for 2 years. You were whining about it. Again, for my mistakes in this video, I'm sorry. I'll be back again, stronger and better self, both for me and for you. I'm so tired of these people. Like, I need to reevaluate what I'm doing here. I need some reevaluation. I fucked up. I'm gonna go reevaluate myself and that's my favorite and what I want my channel to be. It is a very lefty thing. Every time left shitbags get called out for some stuff, that's their thing. I really don't like this negativity, and I feel like I need to go reevaluate what I want my. How about just don't be a douche? You don't need to announce not being a douche. Just don't do it. It's really simple.
Whatever. It's everybody else's fault. Responsibility's hard.
Or at least be an honest douche. You can be a douche, just be honest. Your whole thing was nothing but lies and your petty fucking emotions. Look, this guy, he hugged a guy. You suck dick. I mean, what's the point? Can we see all the guys you've sucked dick with? Because I bet I have a few. I bet you probably don't even know them all. But I bet you we can find one or two shitbags in there.
Yeah.
And remember, the guy he hugged, the reason that guy was bad is because he celebrated a child predator getting shot in the face. That was the evilness that he did. You're a douchebag. You should just go away because you're a douchebag. Anyhow, enough of Mr. I don't make enough money on YouTube. Fuck Wendigoon.
Nobody loves me.
Nobody likes me. All right, let's move on to the main topic. We talked about this last night and the night before and the night before now.
It's the gift that keeps on giving.
Whew. I was really expecting to have to wait a few days for the search warrant to come out, but it released this morning, Jack.
That's allegedly the actual search warrant.
That's the search warrant.
That's totally the search warrant.
It's totally the search warrant. And especially when you look at it and, you know, all of the things listed as the items that they collected are literally the items that are listed in the court filing.
Yeah, and that cop has some awful handwriting. Like, my handwriting's worse, but dude, did you have the little kid write that out? It's shit.
There are doctors that are going to look at that and go, your handwriting sucks, dude.
Yeah. Like, I have handwriting that makes doctors like question my age, but dear God, man.
Now, I'm not real sure how I want to approach tonight because
Like,
there's
you
a
want to
lot
attack
going
from the
on.
left or from the right, or
Well, no, what I
like
mean is
sneak
that
up behind it? I don't understand.
there's there my biggest issue with what came out today. I mean, really, there's nothing important in this. I mean, there's some that is new stuff that we didn't know, but for the most part, there's no like smoking gun or something that we didn't see. And I watched all these lawyers go, now this is where we really see the problem. Like, it's basically the same fucking shit we already knew.
Yeah, it's kind of stuff that we knew. Other people were
And
not
there,
so
there,
hot.
there is some truth to the fact that some of it we had to guess at, but it's amazing how well we guessed at it.
That's because we're awesome, Monkey. I've been telling you that for years.
It's almost like with just a little bit of common sense, you could have guessed. And what's really funny, because we're going to talk about Barnes, is he explains in the video with Viva Frey how you could guess what was going to be in the search warrant, but he was just stumped yesterday about it. I can't wait to see the search warrant.
A lot of people have said that he might be forced to do this because he has a contract with Rumble, and so does Nick, and they can't disparage each other. I don't buy that.
Well, that was a theory that was thrown out today. He claims he does not have a contract with Rumble, so that would put that to rest immediately.
Yeah.
And I have no real reason to doubt him, and there's no way to prove it one way or another unless he, comes out and says he does. So anyway, Go ahead, bud.
Thank you, Travis Gardner. He tried to do a H Bomber Guy takedown, wound up like Illuminati.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, he tried real hard. That's talking about in praise of Shadows, guys, not Barnes.
Yeah. What kind of pretentious ass name is in praise of Shadows? Oh, let me get my poetry chapbook out, and we shall read from that before continuing. Fuck off.
Okay, I'm gonna put this on the screen. Well, do I want to do that? No, I want to start with Barnes and Frey's comments on Twitter. Then I think we're gonna go through the actual document, and then we're gonna watch Barnes and Viva Frey on video. I still have not decided how much of the video we're gonna watch, because there's one part of it I know I want you to see, because it's absolutely fucking asinine. But so is the whole thing, and that's free, easy content.
Yeah.
I'm a whore.
I understand. Oh, real quick. Thank you, Tall Person, for the generous donation. And some for you, Mr. Jack. Happy National Brisket Day. Oh, thank you. Ironically, my mom had brisket today for lunch.
Is that ironic or coincidental?
I think it could be both.
Barnes blocked Nate the lawyer. Yeah, Nate the lawyer. Somebody mentioned this when we started our show last night, that they'd been watching Nate do a response to Barnes and Frey. And I had seen that he did it, but I didn't get a chance to watch it. And because of whatever he said in that video, Barnes blocked him. Pussy. Anyway, yeah, let's start, I guess, with with this. This is from Robert Barnes today, where somebody had in both of these cases with Barnes and Frey, what we see of them on Twitter, they're responding to people posting parts of the search warrant. And this is what Barnes said. The Rekieta search warrant is a joke. Basically, a local cop's only investigation was to watch social media, listen to gossip, and medically diagnose Rekieta from an isolated video to get a search warrant. That is not Fourth Amendment probable cause. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, when you dumb it down that way, you'd be right. Yeah, he just watched a video. He was watching Star Wars and then decided Nick was guilty. No, he actually watched the video of Nick, and he watched the video of Aaron talking about doing blow with Nick. That's a little bit different than just watching some of these. Monk, your DMs are open. My DMs have been open for years. Oh, where it's showing something that somebody's writing. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Travis. There was nothing bad in there. We were just talking about the guy we saw beforehand. I appreciate that, Fugi.
You should minimize that.
What's that?
I'm just making fun of you. I was doing that earlier. I was showing my aunt a cat video, and she's like, "Your friends swear a lot." And I was like, "Oh shit, that's open."
Yeah, I never say anything in those conversations that I wouldn't want out there anyway. I keep it private just out of, you know, being not a douche. So
Yeah.
I am sorry, Travis, that got out there, but you guys can read it. There's nothing bad in it. Anyway, so I just think it's funny the way that these two idiots keep framing. There's no reason. They had no reason for probable cause. So it's just a coincidence they found the drugs they were expecting to find.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't have drugs laying around with their filthy, stinky, hungry kids?
This literally isn't like they got, hey, his kids aren't getting fed and they were like, oh my God, there's probably drugs. Let's go in. There was more to it. And turns out the only reason any of us are talking about this is because they did find drugs. A bunch of it. This isn't even like they found a little bit on his person. He had 26 grams of coke. And from what we learned, he had needle marks, or at least suspected needle marks. In the arrest warrant, they mentioned that he had injuries consistent with drug use. And that is very vague. Because there are other injuries you get from prolonged drug use, like lesions.
Yeah, lesions, that gaunt look.
Yeah, this specifically was track marks. Now, we don't know that the cop saw track marks, but that's what is in the search warrant. Okay, so our boy Barnes here is like, it's just really stupid stuff. And the way he frames it, sure. But that's not all that was found, which will, or not all that they had, which we will see. Now, which of the Viva ones do I want to do first? Okay. This one. Yeah, we'll just do this one because this is the one that pissed me off anyway. A lot of people are displaying very clear reading comprehension errors as relates to the analysis of the Rekieta warrant application. The affidavit does not say Rekieta's kids reported neglect. It says, was reported from a church preschool teacher that the children had complained of being hungry. I get it. You're a lawyer and you and Barnes have made complete asses of yourself. And instead of just admitting that, you're trying to save face. So you're trying to split a fucking hair here. But the children told the teacher that they weren't getting fed, that they were hungry, and that their clothes, they had to wear the same clothes for days at a time. And the children literally stank.
Look, nobody wants stinky kids. It's bad enough children have sticky fingers and poop a lot, but nobody wants smelly ones. Wash your kids. Hose them off in the yard, for God's sake. What kind of white trash are you?
And no, it doesn't say Nick's kids reported neglect. It says what the kids reported, which any fucking reasonable adult would look at and go, yeah, that's neglect.
Yeah.
We're not talking about some single mom who's working part-time at Walmart and her kids are dirty and hungry. We're talking about Nick Rekieta, one of the, just 2 years ago, Jack, most well-paid people on social media. There is no good reason for his kids. And look, I'm a parent. I know there's times that you've just fed your kid and they will look at you and go, I'm hungry. Nobody turns that in. It's not like they ate a PB&J sandwich in front of the teacher and then looked at their teacher and went, I'm hungry. And she ran to the police going, they're not feeding their kids. Understatement. Thank you. A wild turkey is constitutional or is unconstitutional to Barnes. Hang on. That jumped off my screen. A wild turkey is unconstitutional to Barnes. When you're a hammer, everything is a nail. Most of the others were just waiting for better legal evidence. I think too many of them hid behind legal evidence so that they didn't have to take an actual stand here.
Yeah, it's a dodge to take any kind of side for or against your friend.
Too many of them, and legal mindset is one of them that I put in this category. And I actually think most of his coverage has been okay on this. Dodging around it instead of just saying, yeah, this looks like he fucked up pretty bad. And instead of like, oh, we should only be talking about the legal side of these things. No, we shouldn't. It's perfectly okay to have an opinion on these things. And just using Rekieta as an example, even when he's going over legal stuff, he often includes non-legal arguments, moral arguments, humanitarian arguments, just general arguments, basic common fucking sense. But we're not supposed to have any of that when it's Nikki Rackets out there. Because, hey, how dare you?
Excuse
me.
I
just love...
Go ahead. Nikki Ratchets.
Sorry. Nikki Ricketts. I'm sticking with that.
He's not Rickety Cricket just yet.
He's going to get the Ricketts. There's a big legal / factual difference that should not be confounded in analysis. There's no difference in saying that the kids reported and the kids told the teacher. That is a distinction without a difference. Or a difference without a distinction, however that saying goes.
You had it right the first time.
It's the same fucking thing. Well, they didn't use the word reported.
Look, 4 people talked to this priest about them. That's enough supporting evidence, in my opinion, that if I were a mandated reporter, which I used to be, I would go and talk to somebody about the situation. Be like, look, multiple people have come to me and expressed concern about this family. Here's the concerns that were expressed.
All right. Now, for this, because you're right, and we'll get to that, but remember, the pastor that Jack just mentioned is not the preschool teacher that I was just talking about.
Correct.
Those are separate things. The pastor had 4 different people come to him, and this interaction happened with the teacher. Anyway, I want to make sure I'm sharing the right thing here so I don't accidentally do any docs. Look, I know it's out there, but it's not something I'm going to share on my screen.
Do you need the redacted warrant?
I redacted it myself.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I have a link to it, so.
And hopefully I didn't miss any of the instances where his things in here. I even cut off the name of Aaron Imholtz one stream because it has the name of the city in it.
Yeah.
So I think I did it properly. And what you're seeing right here is a altered version of it. Now you guys can go find the fucking thing on your own.
That's not hard. I mean, the shit's all over the place at this point. But we're not going to participate in that as much as we can avoid it.
Yes. And so what's on the screen here is the first, I think this is the first 4 pages. There's one whole page basically missing because it's nothing but the officer giving their qualifications. I don't need to go over that shit.
Yeah. And it does have the signature or the applicant's name on it, which is the cops. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's a police officer. You'd find out his name if you just called him. So that part I don't have a problem.
Yeah, there's probably like 5 cops in that whole town anyway.
Yeah. It just starts out telling us that he is the cop and what he's looking for. Now I got to bring up a different page for me because you guys are going to see that. I'm reading the unredacted version over here. I need to blow that up.
No, don't blow stuff up. You got to yell Aloha Snack Bar first.
I'm just showing my solidarity with the Gazans.
Oh,
Mr. Police Officer, am looking for a search warrant. This is the application for the search warrant, not the search warrant itself. I need to make that clear because I said the search warrant was released and it's actually the application for the search warrant.
I think the search warrant's out too, isn't it?
I think it's basically the same thing because the judge signs off on it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Fugi sent me that.
I'm just putting out there that at the top here it says the application for the search warrant. This is his reasoning for getting the search warrant, which is the important part.
Yeah.
This is Kyle. Thank you. So do you think it's going to be the breakup of the right-leaning LawTube community like what the anti-SJWs went through? I think we've already started to see part of that. The difference is I don't see a lot of people, especially after this came out, siding with Barnes and Frey on this.
I don't either. They may be technically right on some elements, but after seeing everything that's in this and what they did find, it's kind of hard to side with the rackets on this. Which, by the way, I do have the actual search warrant. If you want, it's like a page and a half.
Is there anything that's not in this?
The judge that signed it is the judge from his case.
Yes, that part. Yeah, I think that's even in here too. Keldrick, thank you. I've lost a lot of respect for a lot of people because of this whole situation. Well, when it comes to whether LawTube will break up, I mean, they're a little more loosely affiliated than the anti-SJW crowd was. They all hang out in a group chat and stuff, except for apparently Kurt. They don't let his fat ass in there. But during Legal Mindset's stream today, apparently he would this is from him. It's on his video. I wasn't there. I have no physical proof of it. But he says Rekieta was in there saying a whole lot of shit that he probably should be keeping his mouth shut about. Just going off. So I don't know, but the point being, if you go back to like, it was the Amber Heard trial where they really start having their cracks in what's called LawTube, and they kind of still are friendly with each other, but not the same. You had that Legal Bites chick like, what we should really do is call dibs on which case that we're going to cover. And her banishing somebody from her streams because he made an O face when there was a major moment in the Amber Heard trial, and all kinds of stupidity happened. I don't think they're as consolidated as a group. So Kurt cried on stream today. I've heard a couple of different things. That's uncivil law. The fat guy who was mad at the priest or preacher. I keep saying priest. He's not they're not Catholic, right? I'm pretty sure they're not Catholic.
Some sort of cult. I don't know.
But anyway, he's the one that's like, yeah, me, turn my friend in. I've heard that he cried. I didn't watch his thing, but I've also heard he almost cried. I don't know. I did go and see just a little bit of it, a specific clip that somebody sent me, a specific timestamp, where he acknowledges that he shouldn't have taken Nick's side. And I'm paraphrasing a lot here, okay? But that he made mistakes in his original take on this. And here's my take on that. There's a lot of people like, good on him for coming around, and I guess good on him for coming around. But he claims that he's never known a drug addict, Jack, and he just didn't realize that drugs was a thing. The problem with that fucking retarded nonsense is that he did this after his friend had just been arrested for having drugs. This wasn't the day before, and he was defending Rekieta, saying, I don't think he's a drug addict. This is after he's been arrested for having 26 grams of coke, 8 ketamine tablets, and what's most likely heroin, but has not been confirmed yet, in his fucking house. I just didn't think of drugs. What do you think he was like trying to make a cure for cancer with that shit in his house?
This baking soda is building a volcano for his kid.
So I good on him for finally coming around, but how fucking naive do you have to be? I have trouble giving people any grace when they're like, yeah, I screwed up there, when it was so fucking obvious. I didn't realize he had drugs. I thought he was a drug addict. Okay, that's fine. But the problem is you defended him after you knew, after you had to have known, after he was fucking arrested for it.
What? But see, they violated his Fourth Amendment because a kid didn't use the word report. Fucking sucks. Anyway, so the important parts of this in this first page there. So the way that's broken down, the upper left is page 1. What's cut off there is Nick's address, because after this part of it, they tell you what they're specifically searching. In this case, it's the house and Nick's person. Oddly, the car wasn't listed on there, which I would have thought they would have tried to hit that too, because one of the charges is he was driving around impaired. Well, I don't know how it works in Minnesota. Maybe if the car is in the garage, they can search it then too.
True.
I don't know.
But this is the important part. Here's what I believe that the following described property and things might be in the house is what they're looking for. Controlled substances, including methamphetamine, cocaine, or any other controlled substance prohibited by law, and paraphernalia commonly associated with the sale/use of controlled substances. I'm getting real close to thinking that he might end up getting it for fucking distribution.
Well, he did have a scales and a scoop, so
Yeah.
that is a possibility. I was thinking too.
Items that would show controlled substance use and that would not qualify as legal drug paraphernalia. So, like, you can legally own a hookah. You can legally own tobacco. You can even legally own a bong. They make ornamental ones.
Yeah, and they make tobacco ones too. So they just check it for residual.
Yeah. What you can't have is $100 bill rolled up with Coke in it.
Yeah, Coke residue all over it. Whoa!
All right. So page 2 of this is just the police officer giving his background. And that's where the bottom left pops up. It's the bottom of page 2 where it gets into the case background. And this is where we get all of the details of why the cop thought there might be drugs at Nick's house.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the stuff Robert Barnes is like, there's no reason to think there were drugs. It's a complete coincidence that they actually found them there. Chaos One, thank you so much. Look at the picture of Rekieta. Here he was arrested, and tell me now you think anything other than drugs. Dude's been hit with the chemical ugly stick. Yeah. And look, we talked about this the night that AP was on with us. It's very easy not to notice gradual changes. But even if you don't notice gradual changes, it's not like there weren't pictures like almost immediately put up showing Nick 6 years ago, 4 years ago, a year ago, and then now. In fact, I used it for the thumbnail of the first fucking video.
That's true, you did.
I cut off the 6 and 4 years ago part and just did a year apart. And look how fucking different it is there. So I get people like I didn't. You see this a lot with fat people. Most fat people don't get fat in a day. It takes time.
You don't know that. Don't you? What are you, my doctor?
Dude.
Oh, sorry.
And you go and you lose weight, and then you take a look back at yourself, and you're like, fuck, I didn't realize I got that fat. Trust me, that's based on experience. Anyway, so here it is, the case particulars, case background. On May 16th, the sheriff's office, Sergeant Dave, somebody, received a report regarding possible child neglect and controlled substance use. The report indicated that it was Nick Rekieta, where he resides. That's the part that's cut out right there. He resides with his wife and a bunch of kids. 6 to 16 are the ages. We finally got the full age range.
Oh, good job. Real quick, thank you, RJ, for the tip there. What do you call our picture on a coffee cup? Our mug shots. True story.
True. The report indicated that 4 people from their church had gone to him reporting neglect to the children, possible controlled substance use, and a questionable relationship with an adult couple. Now, that final one, it would depend on what the exact charges were there. It's not illegal to swing. It is illegal to do like sexy sex in front of your kids, which I don't think there's any kind of thing here. This was just thrown in for what was reported to him. Mm-hmm. Nobody went after him for the sex with April. He's not facing any charges with sex with April.
Yeah, the morality police haven't caught him yet.
Yeah, they're all like, I get it, dude. Anyway, it was reported that Nicholas is a social media blogger, and he and his wife, Kayla, had befriended hosts from a different local social media blogger. These individuals were identified as Aaron and April Inholt. I have trouble with that. I don't like their name.
It's not it doesn't flow well off the tongue. Not like April.
How about Aaron and April Cuckaho?
Ooh.
I feel like that's a little closer to reality. Anyway, you're sorry, that word is affidavit. Affiant. Thank you. Fuck. We're not going to be saying that anyway. That's just the police. No, seriously, I had planned to do this from the beginning. Just because that when they say you're affiant, fuck me. When they're saying you're affiant, it's the guy who's filling out the request for the warrant here.
Yeah, it's the person
it's
filling out the affidavit.
Yeah. I know personally these personalities of the Steel Toe Morning Show, which used to be in St. Cloud, Minnesota radio. However, as of recent years, the show is social media only online because nobody watches that. It was reported that I had more viewers than you, dude. Stop it. It was reported that the Cuckahos may have been staying with the Rekietas and the home was in disarray and cluttered. It was reported from a church preschool teacher that the children had complained. I have to switch pages now. You guys get this? We are now at the top of the right page there. I know you guys can't read that because it's small as shit anyway, but you'll be fine. The children had complained of being hungry, not being fed, and wearing the same clothes for 3 to 4 days at a time and would start to smell. They don't mean start to smell like roses, Jack.
No, or they don't mean that suddenly their nostrils began functioning.
Yes, no.
No, these were stinky kids. Do you know how bad it has to be for little kids to be stinky?
But don't worry, the kids didn't report anything. The kids didn't report nothing.
They didn't do nothing.
And it is important there that the kids didn't just report being hungry. They reported not being fed. Can we just point that part out? That's
I
important.
don't know. I'll have to ask Barnes.
Where are we? Nicholas was reported to being lethargic and appeared high or drugged driving a car around. Another individual advised the report that Nick will walk out randomly during sermons at church and have noticed behavioral changes in him.
This is something that Barnes kept saying, that the people were reporting him were upset that he would walk out of church. That's not what they're saying. They're saying it's abnormal behavior for him to just randomly wander out of the church.
Barnes is decided this is just church politics. Yes.
That's the narrative he was going with, and it makes no fucking sense. It's stupid. Well, you don't know who these people are. They're probably not 4 old ladies. They're probably 4 people like, oh, that was weird.
Yeah. Sorry, this is really small on my screen, and if I blow it up, it gets blurry because when they uploaded this, it was tiny as shit, and they had already blown it up.
You want me to read it?
No, it's fine. It just when it takes me a moment to find my place. Shut up. I don't care. Change them. It was alleged Kayla looks anorexic and Nick has lost a substantial amount of weight recently. One individual described Nicholas as having an injection or track marks in his arm. The reporter reiterated concerns for possible neglect and or controlled substance use within the home. Now, within the home is very important here. Nobody's doing this because Nick is getting high at home. It's because there's kids there. Your affiant, the cop here, started to review Rekieta and Imholt's social media blogs. The blogs are commonly what does it say? Related to legal issues and high-profile trials, as Nicholas is a licensed attorney. Nicholas is known to drink alcoholic beverages excessively on these video blogs. I immediately noticed that I'm just going to start calling him Nick because this Nicholas thing is pissing me off.
That sounds very old-timey, doesn't it?
I know, right?
Expect it to be the Victorian era with gas lamps everywhere.
I feel like I should be making sure not to be naughty because he's watching me at all times.
Well, he might be. He might be watching right now.
He sees me when I'm sleeping.
That's because he's bored and he likes your windows being open.
It's how high he is. He can see all the way in. Nicholas is known to drink a lot of alcohol on the blog, blah, blah, blah. I immediately noted that Nick's appearance in recent months has changed in videos from January 2024 compared to May 2024.
Oh, wait. Are you saying this cop did actual police work?
No, this isn't actual police work. I've been assured that watching Nick on stream has nothing to do with investigating anything.
Oh.
It's very much reminding me of the Tate thing where Tate is on video admitting to everything he's accused of, and people are, that's not proof of anything.
Oh, but it is.
Nicholas appears to have lost weight, appears tired, and overall appears strung out, common with controlled substance users. Nicholas commonly refers to his studio as his basement in his own residence. I don't know why that matters.
It does for the location for the search warrant application.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
Because that gives them reason to search his house, because later he mentions the white powder on his nose.
True,
which
yes.
was in his basement.
By the way, I had not actually seen the powdery nose thing. And then I saw Barnes and Viva talking about it, and Viva's like, I really couldn't see anything. Maybe I could see a glare. I went and watched. Motherfucker's got powder on his nose.
Right.
He's got some powder on it. That or his nose got extremely dry. Maybe that's what it is. They need a humidifier in their home.
Obviously. I mean, yeah.
Let's just say it was a little flaky. All right.
That's just baking soda, Monkey. You're silly.
Yeah.
You're just a big silly.
Nicholas has been the victim of swatting phone calls and is known to your affiant. Fuck me. And the sheriff's office because of these calls. Now, the part that I wanted to show you, that I want to make sure we watch, directly relates to this. Barnes actually says that the police swatted Nick. He says, why was he known to them? Because they swatted him.
That's a bold claim.
Yeah. Now, he was swatted, and that is how they came to know him. But they weren't the ones who swatted him. Swatting is the person who makes the call, dumbass. Anyway. Where are we?
We're on the internet.
Okay, this is another place where I had to blank it out. When the sheriff's office responded to these calls, they were at the same address as Nick's. While reviewing Cuckahoe's social media vlog post, Aaron recently indicated that he and April were getting a divorce. Aaron goes on to say that he has experimented with cocaine 3 times and Molly 6 or 7 times in the recent past. Thank you, Tall Skinny Geek. Who among us hasn't inhaled a powdered donut or two? Fair enough. And you know what? I would go with Nick was eating powdered donuts off the air before I would believe, no, that's just a glare.
That's so obviously not a glare.
No,
yes, Molly is illegal. It's MDMA.
Yeah, that's why when AP was on, he kept mentioning AMDA.
Molly, yeah.
Molly, yeah. Because it is known that Aaron had talked about it. It's not in the arrest warrant that we saw, and there's no mention of Molly being in the house. But MDMA is Molly, and Aaron's dumbass has mentioned it on stream. So it's not like, and by the way, we need to point this out. Aaron saying, I did this is not hearsay. This is one of those times I'm kind of with the lawyers because everybody's like, it's just hearsay. No. That's called direct evidence. That is direct testimony, actually, is what it's called. Because he's admitting to being part of it. Now, if he said, I heard Nick was doing coke with somebody, that would be hearsay. I did coke with Nick is not hearsay. You can challenge it and say he's lying, but it's not hearsay. Thank you. Understatement. I'm not going to endorse riding the snowman, smashing train wrecks, or starving kids, but if you're going to do that, stop streaming your crimes. How many times? Sorry, I can't bring that back on the screen. How many times do we have to tell criminals, stop fucking streaming your criminal behavior?
Stop telling on yourself, you dumb fucks. I don't know when people got in their head that the stuff you do online can't be used against you by law enforcement. Because that's fucking insane. It happens all the time. Have you guys never watched true crime shows? Like, get Investigation Discovery, for God's sake.
They're also allowed hearsay for probable cause, so it doesn't matter yet. It depends on how much hearsay. My father's cousin's sister's former roommate said it probably isn't gonna cut it. There is kind of a cutoff there. But in this case, it's not hearsay to begin with, so. And way too many people out there are already at the criminal trial part of this, talking about the search warrant. They do not need beyond a reasonable doubt for a fucking search warrant. They even call it probable cause. And improbably, they found a bunch of fucking coke at his house.
I know, it's crazy.
Where are we? Sorry. On 12/19/2023, the Cuckaho broadcast a podcast from Rekieta's studio with the podcast being named, I blanked that part out. Throughout Cuckaho's video blog, it's apparent that he and Rekieta were friends and that they had recently had a falling out. Should be noted that in the recent videos of Cuckaho, April has at times also appeared tired, lethargic, and strung out as well. In both Nicholas and Cuckaho's video blogs from Rekieta's studio, it is apparent they are in the same room. He just points out that Nick can actually be seen grabbing something in the background of what's his name. Just establishing that they were together. That's what this part is.
Yeah, that they know each other.
On 5/22/2024, Aaron did a video blog where he talked about Nick. The Nicholas thing is throwing me off. Where he talked about Nick and insinuated controlled substance use, and also referenced a video blog the Nicholas put online. That makes him sound like a big time the Nicholas. These things often have typos in them. That Nick?
Yeah, it's not grammar school. I mean,
yeah, unless it's something materially objectionable, it doesn't matter. That he put online on 5/21/24 that had been taken off the internet. Aaron indicates in his blog that Nick needs help and needs to get help for his kids because of his substance abuse. Aaron points out a time in the video where Nick has a white powdery substance on his nose. That's what we were just talking about in that infamous clip. He goes away from his computer for 45 minutes, and when he comes back, he's got a pep in his step and powder on his nose. Anybody want to guess what he was doing?
Doing donuts in the backyard.
It was powdered donuts. We've already established that.
Yeah.
Why are y'all questioning?
Yeah, what's wrong with you, haters?
On 5/22/2024, I, the police officer here, was able to review this video that was taken off of his stream and Rumble. The video is from 5/21 and is of Nicholas in dun dun dun. That's where this page cuts off. So we got to go to the next page. And I'm a very bad host, and so we have to actually pull that down for a second before I put up the right one. Mostly, I'm just trying to make sure I don't put his doxing information out there.
Yeah.
There we go. In his basement studio, talking about a court appeal ruling he lost. He appears in the video to be drinking alcoholic beverages and eventually appears under the influence of a substance or substances. The entire video blog is 4 hours and 4 minutes long. Approximately 2 hours and 46 minutes into the video, Nick leaves to go to the restroom. When he returns at 2 hours, 50 minutes and 40 seconds, he appears to be making an excited look and has a white powdery substance on his nose. Your affiant believes his behavior is indicative of central nervous system stimulants. Your affiant believes, based on training and experience as well as the behavior of Nick, that he ingested this white powdery substance through his nasal cavity while off camera. Your affiant knows through training and experience that ingesting controlled substances through the nasal cavity is commonly amongst controlled substance users and is often referred to as snorting. I love that they actually have to spell that out.
Yeah, apparently judges don't watch Law and Order or The Wire or anything with drugs in it.
Like, I think he was snorting coke, the judge would go, "What the fuck is snorting?"
But I don't understand what that is. But yeah, this guy listed in his various background stuff that he was the drug recognition evaluator,
Mm-hmm.
and that he had training in what was it? Some other drug shit.
Yeah.
So
But,
yeah, it's not like he's a complete fucking rube. This is like the local guy that's had the training.
LOL, the cops watched his Medicare rant and the judge pussy juice is part of the court case. Yeah, that's true. Because when he comes back with the powdery substance on his nose, that's when he realizes that Medicare's in the audience, and he goes on his long rambling Medicare rant. So yeah, this poor cop had to sit through that shit.
He's like, what the fuck's a Medicare?
Who's Jim? Your affiant knows through his training, and we already did this snort thing. Your affiant also noticed that throughout the video, Nick is so under the influence of a substance to the point he has to close one eye to read his screen. I'm feeling a little judged right there. Rambles, also feeling a little bit judged, and slurs his speech. Fuck, are they talking about me?
They might be. I'm not sure.
Nicholas would obviously not be able to care for his children in this state about intoxication. Now, look, the way we see him at the end of that video, there is no way he can take care of a child in that.
I don't think he can take care of himself at the end of that video.
Nope. It should be noted that your affiant was a drug recognition evaluator for several years, and based on your affiant's training and experience, the behavior Nick in this blog indicates polysubstance use. That just means multiple substances. He's not talking about like snorting polydub.
Yeah. He's really into sex with Polly.
Meaning it was, or he believed it was more, or that he was ingesting more than one substance. Now, for the record there, we know he was drinking. He's doing it on camera. Yeah. Alcohol is a depressant. Cocaine is a stimulant. And you put those two together. This doesn't necessarily mean that he was using another substance at the same time. Chicago Mike, thank you. It was pure snow from a mountain. Do you know what the street value? Do you know what's the value of the mountain?
That's for Better Off Dead.
I want my $2. That's the only other thing that Booger ever really did, and then he just kind of disappears. He was like a bit player in TV parts here and there.
Yeah.
He had a episode, I think it's in like season 5 of Third Rock from the Sun that he's in. But yeah, Revenge of the Nerds and Better Off Dead. He deserved better.
He did, because those are both great films. And he was a fun actor.
He should be celebrated more. Anyway.
I agree.
Your affiant believes that the reports of neglect and controlled substance are consistent with previously mentioned information. Your affiant is requesting to search the home for the above listed items in relation to the welfare of the children in the home and in relation to the controlled substance investigation. Your affiant is also requesting to search Nicholas Rekieta. So there you go. That's what they were looking for and why they were looking for it.
Yeah, it's weird. Somebody said, hey, there's something funny going on with this guy and his family. So they looked into it and said, hey, this looks like drug abuse. Weird. And then they went looking for drugs. It's almost like they did some police work.
I saw so many people today being like, well, now this really shows that this was horrible. There was nothing in there that said the children were being neglected to this degree. What do you think they meant? Kayla's literally mentions flat out neglect, flat out child neglect, not taking care of your children. No, it all said in regards to drugs. What do you think that means? It's not just that it's dangerous to be around children, but there is part in the arrest warrant when they said it's known that being around drug users can be dangerous to children. And everybody apparently stopped reading there instead of all of these fucking legal assholes who are telling me I need to learn how to read the law, going and reading the fucking law that explains what she was being charged with.
Nope, not gonna do that.
Anyhow, they went looking for drugs, found a gun and a hoe under the bed. Indeed. Anyway, should we watch these two jackasses? Yeah. Let's make some money grifting off of them. Something that they can appreciate because they are huge Nick fans. I just want to point out for the record, I was talking about what a whore I was for money long before Nick did.
Yeah. To be fair, we're bad at grifting, so like, share, subscribe, and give us money.
There's several parts where Barnes brings up like they only had their career because of Nick. And if it was them, Nick would be talking about it. So shut the fuck up.
Yep.
That is such a dumbass thing. Like, you guys are friends with Nick. Nick would be doing the same fucking thing. What is your problem with, oh, it's because it's Nick and they're not your friends? I just want a little bit of consistency from these people.
Oh, good luck with that.
Just be consistent. Anyway.
And also, this involves kids, and I don't have a lot of leeway for people that don't take care of their kids.
No, me neither.
Sorry.
The one thing I will say for uncivil law is that at least he admitted in his video today when this came out that he was just emotional in his original response. It's not an excuse. That is not an excuse for being like, fuck those kids. And I know there's going to be people like, he didn't say that. I know, but in my interpretation of what he said is fuck those kids. But at least he's willing to go, hey, I was just emotional. I had a vested interest in this because it's my friend. Fair enough. These assholes, Barnes, at least just come out and admit it. I am sucking off Nick because basically I owe my fame right now to him. And I'm really hoping he gets famous again and I can jump back on his cock and ride it to some more fame. Thank you, Devin, who said they founded a fun, a hoe, and a bunch of blow. Nice. They found a fun, a hoe, and a bunch of blow. I think that's supposed to be gun.
Oh,
damn it. I ruined
I like
your joke.
fun better.
Which is true for a lot of people, right? Guns can be fun. Be safe with them.
Whatever.
Cars can be fun, but you should still be safe with them.
Whatever. I do what I want.
All right.
Barnes will back me up constitutionally.
They had no right to pull him over for doing 150,000 miles an hour. That's a Fourth Amendment violation.
That's right.
All right. Here we are. Back at the Viva Frey Barnes Studios. They're not actually in the same place, I don't believe.
No. One's in Vegas, the other's, I think, in Florida.
Yeah. All right. So this is a couple of minutes into the show. You didn't miss anything. I promise, but go watch it yourself. Watch until the 8:11 minute mark, 8 minutes, 11 second mark, and tell me if you missed anything that's relevant to what we're going to be talking about. They paywalled the stream, didn't they? I hope not, because I'm watching it on YouTube and I'm not subscribed to any of them. I mean, it's on Viva's channel. Anyway.
Guys, I don't want to talk about this.
Then don't. There you go.
The end. Short stream.
I don't want to talk about this. Is Nick there with a gun making you do it?
Maybe. He does have guns and blow, so.
I thought it was a Rumble exclusive or a Locals exclusive. Okay, now I got to look. I swear I'm watching this on Viva's channel.
They might have unlisted it.
No, this is on Viva's channel. On YouTube, yeah. Anyway. I didn't have to pop that off the screen for that. There's nothing on there that you couldn't see.
You don't know.
Monkey was watching a video about people being shot. Yeah, I watch a lot of those. Anyway.
I don't want to talk about it. It's like I don't know why. I mean, it's you know it's too close. It's a member of our community.
It makes me look like an asshole.
I don't want to talk about it. And when you do talk about it, you get accused of being a grifter. You get accused of being.
That's you and Barnes. Well, it's Barnes doing that, and maybe some of. Well, actually, I don't even know who's accusing you of being a grifter for being on Nick's side. I guess I kind of did because I suggested he just wants to ride Nick's dick. All right, fair enough. I don't think that's the only reason you're doing it. I think the reasons you guys are doing is you're trying to save face and trying to make a chocolate cake out of a pile of shit. And it's a pile of shit you guys didn't have to make in the first place.
a drama queen. When you don't talk about it, you get accused of being controlled opposition, covering for a friend. And so like it's a lose-lose situation, but we have to talk about it. The Rekieta affidavit, or the probable cause in support of the application for the warrant, has been released. And I've seen some analysis. I've seen Barnes's tweet, and Barnes messaged me, says, "You're going live. We might have to pop on and talk about it." So Barnes, get ready, sir.
I don't want to do this, but if I don't, then people will call me something. And if I do, people will call me a something. That was just all a bunch of nonsense to try to elevate them talking about it over other people doing so.
Yeah, I think they're a little nervous about getting called out.
Look,
they must have got a lot of pushback.
I'm not like those other grifting folks. I'm doing this because I have to. I don't even want to. I'll tell y'all honestly, I did not want to talk about this again unless we had. I need to start using that caveat unless we have more stuff come out that we need to talk about, because we'd said it all and we were getting to the point of just repeating ourselves. That's me not wanting to talk about it. You give me another reason to talk about this, I'm not going to lie to you guys. Hang on. I'm probably dipping there. There we go. I'm not going to lie to you guys. The last 3 shows have done very well for us, and I will keep doing them as long as there's something to talk about that's new and relevant. I will milk the shit out of this for 2 reasons. 1, I'm right, and I love being right.
You do.
And 2, it seems to be what people want to talk about, Jack.
It's also true.
I am nothing if not accommodating to my audience.
I like money.
I love money.
That was out loud.
Faithless says I'm bored blind. Don't worry, we'll get back to some like political stuff in the near future. I mean, we had like the Trump trials wrapping up. They had closing arguments going on today, and the Biden campaign holds a press conference outside of it.
Yep.
Yeah, nothing political going on there.
No, nothing political about the fact that the judge was sustaining objections when the defense was giving their closing about things they were saying in their closing that were mentioned in the goddamn trial.
I just got a donation and I'm trying to read it, but Streamlabs won't open for me. So when it does open for me, I will read it. I apologize. I didn't even get to see who it was who sent it, but I will read it. I promise. I'm just waiting for it to load. Anyway, we have Barnes finally joining here, Jack. After Viva told us how much, I just don't even want to talk about it. This isn't even like a normal time for them to stream. I mean, the other one was from after. They do afternoon and evening normally, don't they?
I don't know. I don't watch them.
Just be honest and say, you know what I did? I saw that this was a good opportunity to get a lot of viewers and possibly some money. Just be honest about that part. Fuck, nobody's gonna be mad at you for being honest about wanting to make money. Thank you, Q. Late again to the stream. Don't know if you covered it. Null from Kiwi Farms is going to front the cost to get the body cam footage. I'm so sorry. I have a tickle in my throat. Will you talk for just a second?
Yeah, I saw that. It's like $3,000 they want for all the body cam footage. And I have no doubt they can pay that. Between all the Kiwi farmers, they'll come up with the money. And it will be quite entertaining.
Yeah, I saw it because even Jeremy, the quartering, said he would foot the bill. Where are we? Don't know if you saw it, but Null from Kiwi Farm said he's going to front the cost for the search warrant thing. He's having his lawyers make the request, so it should be pretty ironclad. You don't really it's just a Freedom of Information Request Act, and chances are they'd release it pretty easy. I get what you're saying, that it'll be ironclad, but you don't even need to be a strict lawyer to be able to get those things. Lots of people do it.
FOIA requests, there's templates for that. It's pretty easy to do. I've done FOIAs before.
Yeah, if you look at the true crime space, a lot of people, the way that they get the footage and stuff that you see is from them doing FOIA requests.
Yeah.
They're pretty standard these days. Thank you, Chaos. I don't want to talk about this either, so here's an alt topic because fuck it. seeing people claim the anti-SJWs are why Furiosa is failing. But like prequels are shit, it's 10 years too late. And why are anti-woke normal people being blamed? Because it has a female lead.
Yeah, they need an excuse for why it's failing, and it can't possibly be that their movie's fucking dumb.
I watched Critical Drinker's take on it. And again, I trust his opinion on a lot of movies. He said, as a movie, it's very much how you and I were talking the other day off screen about Fury Road. I don't think Fury Road is necessarily a bad movie. It's just not a good Mad Max movie. And that's what he said. He goes, it's actually not a bad movie. It's just, one, why? And two, why would you put Mad Max's name on this when it has nothing to do with him? At least in Fury Road, he's there as a prop.
Yeah.
He's not even in this fucking thing. But yeah, they're just getting blamed because it's female led. You shouldn't. The drinker sucks. He likes Fallout. I like Fallout. I actually made a video when there were a few people who were like, this sucks. Going, this doesn't suck. I don't know what your problem is. Anyway, here we go.
First, sir, how goes the battle? I feel weird seeing you on a weekday.
Yeah, indeed. A special edition, Viva and Barnes. It's time for the OG of LawTube to educate the rest of LawTube, which is apparently proving that more than a few of them are constitutionally illiterate.
We went over your First Amendment argument last night. I don't think you have any stones to cast in your glass house, sir. You can't have anybody say somebody did something bad and then investigate based on that. That's a First Amendment violation.
Why would you do that? Why would you investigate based on the word of somebody, especially like respectable people within the community? Oh, fucking gross.
Stevie said, just watched 2 episodes of Fallout and it was fun. I like the power armor. There are definitely problems with Fallout, but I enjoyed it actually. Here we go.
And some of them apparently are reading the Constitution with their one bad eye.
I feel judged again.
Yeah, he doesn't like your bad eye, dude.
Actually, that's a shot at Nate the lawyer, because if you ever watch Nate and you pay attention to his eyes, one of his eyes is fucked. He's blind in one of them, if I remember correctly.
Oh.
And his one eye doesn't look where the other one's looking.
Oh, he's got like what do they call that? Cross-eyed?
His one eye does whatever it wants. I don't know if it's his right or his left that's fucked up, but like his right eye will be reading something and his left eye is like, trying to look under his armpit. This was a direct shot at Nate the lawyer. And remember, this pussy fat motherfucker blocked Nate the lawyer for having a different opinion on this stuff.
Well, how dare you have a different opinion?
Yeah. It's a glass eye. Is that why it rolls around like that? Okay, that makes sense.
That's why he keeps popping it out. Weird.
Some others that looks like something out of a Jabba the Hutt movie are educating other people about their health conditions and confusing the criminal law in the process.
I don't know who he's referring to there. This just sounds petty, honestly, though.
A little bit.
And he's trying really hard to be insulting, and you kind of sucked at it there, Barnes.
A lot of people in LawTube have been responding to the Sunday show and making complete retards of themselves.
Why? Did they agree with you?
And I don't think retard is the accepted nomenclature anymore. They now prefer developmentally disabled.
Revealing the degree to which how many of them are just completely illiterate about the Constitution. And I think your point is right. People in LawTube, especially, or those concerned about the Constitution, just remove the name of the person here. Forget who the person is here.
If we remove the person who this is, and you put anybody else in there, there's a good chance Nick Rekieta is talking about how they're going to jail on his show. I'm just saying. Somebody busted with a whole bunch of coke in their house. You think Nick's going to be on there going, yeah, this guy's a pretty good guy. There's a Fourth Amendment violation for the kids telling on their parents.
Little narcs. Snitches get stitches, kid.
Well,
I think George Jones. It's Jack Brown. It's whomever. Because people are so caught up in the emotions of the individual involved that they're not just applying basic constitutional law principles.
All right, let me see if I have your theory correct here. All of these people who like Nick, who are friends with Nick, the only reason that they're saying Nick is fucked here is because they're caught up in their feelings? You thought that out and said it out loud. All right. Sure.
Well, he's got to find a way to dismiss their perception. So obviously, you're just an emotional basket case. I'm wondering, is this guy married? Because that is not the thing you want to say to your wife.
I have no
You're
idea.
just emotional.
And then more than a few people are just grifting, like potentially criminal Sean. The only thing accurate about his name is probably the criminal part.
I feel judged.
Right? For the record, yeah, I am doing this partially because I know people want to talk about it, but this is what interests me. So I have a whole slew of streams I've done just about drama stuff. So I don't apologize for it.
This is our job.
I find internet drama interesting.
This is how we make money.
This is how we do it.
Barnes is unleashing now.
This is a guy that only the world only knows about because of Nick Rekieta. And
So?
He's making basically just ridiculous statements.
Okay, you're going to call him out for ridiculous statements, but you just said the world only knows him because of Rekieta, which is irrelevant to a point of being farcical. The world could not know him at all, and his argument is not going to be more right or more wrong because of it. Hey, Barnes, what do you think about Wendigoon?
What are your
About
feelings
probable cause in the Fourth Amendment? And this goes back because we'll also bridge into reviewing the Trump closing arguments, which are happening as we speak. We can't, unfortunately, broadcast them because the corrupt judge won't let the world see them. But we can follow some of the really good Twitter commentators out there that are reporting it, like Inner City Press, Matthew Lee.
I will agree with him on that.
And we got...
Oh, yeah, I agree with him on that, too. I've been following Inner City Press coverage of this pretty closely. I only got to read part of the stuff today because I was dealing with this shit instead.
Oh, it was... yeah, I recommend doing that, though. It was...
Oh yeah, I'll read the rest of it. And when I first saw it, it had just started. So he was what I like to do is wait till the end and read it all.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway.
A huge ruling out of the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals that's so big, I wanted to talk about it right away rather than wait for the Sunday show on religiously discriminatory vaccine mandates. For those that don't know, this is a case everybody in the legal community concerning these issues
Nobody cares.
has been watching.
The only reason you're here is because of Nick. Stop it. You guys did not kick this up because of the 8th Circuit Court, and you didn't do it because of Trump. You did it because of Nick. Just jump into Nick and stop pretending you have some higher purpose here. You're joining in the drama stuff for the clicks like everyone else. Stop it. Fuck, just be a man about shit. Why are you such a bitch?
What? Me?
Is
Or
this
him?
case
Him.
Oh, I don't know.
Just come out and admit that you're grifting. I mean, you're friends with Nick. He'd even approve.
Yeah, this is your job. Your whole thing is you're broadcasting. You're trying to get paid for it.
Yeah.
Stop trying to dress it up like it's some noble thing you do for free on the side. No, you're getting money out of this.
You didn't hit Viva up to do this because of the fucking 8th Circuit. Stop it. Viva already told on you that it was because of this, dummy.
case was going to dictate the entire future of being able to bring religious discrimination claims in general. and against vaccine mandates in particular. Massive win. By the way, guess where Mike Tyson appeal is going in front of? Oh, yes, it's the same 8th Circuit Court of Appeals. So Tyson's got a little special Viva style birthday gift coming to them pretty soon from the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals.
Speaking of gift, I got to keep my phone on because my birthday gift to myself required a signature for delivery and I missed it, and they're coming 4 days later. Robert, with the Rekieta thing, there's a number of issues going on, but I think the toughest thing is people separating what they personally believe based on their own observations of Rekieta's behavior from the complaint. And
okay. I guess you can make that argument, but several of the complaint things are based on people's personal observations of Rekieta. So it's, in my opinion, kind of okay that people are going, hey, I thought he was high too. It's relevant.
It is. They're totally dismissing personal observations. Witnesses are often wrong, but
Sure.
they are still considered for the purposes of search warrants and evidence. And that's what your lawyers are supposed to do, is defeat their claims, to explain to them why they're wrong, etc. That's your lawyer's job.
Cryptic, thank you, says lawyers, they crack so easy. And Alan, thank you so much. He says, morning monkey, great show. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Morning.
And it's like,
I mean, and they're infusing things in the complaint that actually aren't in there. Infusing things in the, I mean, a bunch of Law 2 owes me an apology.
Can you give an example of it? They're infusing stuff that's not in there. What?
Pudding.
I mean, we saw Viva Frey's take on this because the children didn't actually report it. So people saying the children reported neglect, that wasn't actually in there, except it was.
Oh, they reported it to their preschool teacher, who reported it to the police. They reported it to somebody else, who reported it to somebody else. Real quick. Oh.
I say, and he doesn't even use that as an example. He gives no examples, just says it.
Well, yeah, that's all you need to do, right? Thank you, Alan, who says hello, my friend. Hello, Alan. Hope you're doing well. It's another exciting day here where we're talking about crazy stuff.
All right, here we go. Let's see.
Frankly, I don't know how many people I was like, Barnes is just speculating on the search warrant. He can't possibly know what's in the search warrant. Well, folks, when you have a criminal complaint and a probable cause affidavit in support of detention, and you can use something called common sense, and you can use something called lived experience, which, granted, I probably have a lot more of in the law in criminal and constitutional cases than all of LawTube combined. But it's not speculation anymore. And guess what? We got the search warrant.
How speculation only counts when it's his, based on this experience, and not the people that were mandated reporters.
Even if you guessed everything correctly, it was still speculation until we saw it. Everything me and Jack have talked about, which we got quite a bit of it right, was speculative. We were guessing because we hadn't read it. Now, granted, some of that is based on, and Barnes doesn't even bring it up here, you could just go look at the part where the pastor got outed as the one who said it, which laid most of this out. That leaked little clip that nobody seems to know where that came from, that laid all this shit out.
Yeah, if the pastor talked to the police went and watched his streams. Oh my god, it's almost like somebody whose lived experience was, I'm hungry and my parents don't bathe me, went and talked to somebody whose lived experience was, I'm a mandated reporter, and this sounds a lot like what we were trained on.
Nate the lawyer, ex-cop, ex-prosecutor, ex-defense attorney. I tend to take his opinion over Barnes. Yeah, that's something that in his stream today, because I did see Nate's stream from today, he points out that when it comes to probable cause warrants, he has written them, he's approved them, and he's argued against them. Barnes has done one of those three.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cryptic. What happens when the cross the line? Who? Well, who crosses the line? Yep, was a solid stream. Yeah, it was a pretty good stream. Anyway,
today, folks, and it's as big of a crock and a joke as I said it was from day one.
I'm gonna preface this because people. First of all, I'm gonna bring up one. Did someone say, "Why are you guys simping for Rekieta?" We are talking about the well-being
No,
of
I'm
5.
simping for the Constitution of the United States, and some of us don't violate our constitutional oaths or our commitment to the Constitution because we like or don't like who it's being applied to.
But
see, and this is one of the reasons I brought up many times. You can't just accuse me of hating Nick. I've been a fan of Nick's for a long time. We even had him on the show. I've always spoke positively of him until I saw him about 3-4 months ago, where he looked like shit. And all I said then is, looks like he looks like shit. But this is their thing. If you disagree with them at all, you just hate Nick. Even if you're, been one of his friends for a long time and have even been on his show recently or with him recently. No, if you have any problem with this, you just hate him. I'm not a simp for him. You just hate him. Justice Pussy Liquor. Good God. That's liquor like the alcohol. I've been caught and I am repentant. I have learned my lesson. I swear on my overflowing love booze that I will never again break into Nick Rekieta's house and neglect his kids. Well, thank you for that. You're going to save everybody a lot of trouble. Go ahead.
Foogie pointed out that Barnes did represent Jack Murphy. Jack Murphy.
Shit, Coke line joke. Excuse my English. I got you, Cryptic. I'm sorry. I'm in rant mode at retard, so I will miss jokes. I apologize.
And Ukdroma said, did he just appeal to lived experience? Yes.
Yes, he did. Yes,
his lived experience. Nobody else's counts.
And they also ask, or say, I fail to see how this is a constitutional issue. It's not. It's not. This is nonsense. These arguments that he makes are nonsense and will be tossed out by a judge in a heartbeat. This is pretty established stuff we're dealing with here. There was probable cause, and if you need any more evidence that there was probable cause, they actually found the fucking drugs.
I defended the 8th Amendment when Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein and Sam Bankman-Fried's rights were being violated. And I'm not a fan of any of those 3 people.
Well, and I'll say this for my own self. I criminal charges or not, I personally believe that Rekieta desperately needs help, period. So starting with that, my own personal opinion.
Why would he need help? Have you seen anything that makes you think he needed help?
Yeah, what could you possibly be thinking that makes him need help here? I don't understand. If he's done nothing wrong and all these things are violating his rights, why would you seem to think that he needs some help?
It's just people out to get him.
Yeah, it's just
I'm not
just his enemies.
Yeah.
Reading to absolve Rekieta from this affidavit, but I am reading this affidavit as though, let's just take for granted that anybody who dislikes a public figure who knows details about their lives, how they could weaponize that in order to go after them. I think
Okay. Here's the thing, homie. Let's say that you and Barnes are right. This is just some church politics and stuff they just went because of church politics. Do you think Nick was being a good dad, having all that coke laying around?
Having his whores around.
Do you think his kids were well taken care of? The dude couldn't even stand up. Let's say, here's the thing. Jack, for argument's sake, let's say I go to church. I don't. But the church all hates me, right? And they run to my local police officer and go, he's doing coke and putting his kids in danger. And then the police come to my house with a search warrant. They're not going to find coke. I don't use. They're going to find 3 unopened bottles of alcohol, Jack, that I've had. One of them is brand new. My father-in-law gave it to me. The other ones I've had for months. They could try weaponizing this against me as much as they want to. And worst case scenario, it's going to cause me a little bit of a pain in the ass to clean up the house after the police search.
So what you're saying is you're not the party house.
No,
All right, no party at Monkey's house. He's boring.
no, they could just weaponize it against people. What made this impactful to Nick is the fact that he had a bunch of fucking coke at his house, you retard.
No. What? You're crazy.
And let me ask you this, Viva. Do you think if people know that kids are living in a house where there's massive drug use, because remember, he said, if you know anything about somebody's life, in that instance, what you're talking about is knowing that he's a fucking coke fiend, that they shouldn't tell? That they shouldn't go to police and be like, those kids might be in some danger.
No, what makes those kids specialized? Do they have a lab? No. Have they ever snorted the coke? Maybe, but that doesn't count. We're not talking about their lived experience.
They're not farmers. They don't know that they need food.
Right? What do these kids know? Kids are stupid. They don't have any lived experience.
Rekieta, criminal charges or not, and if he manages to find a legal way to get out of this legal conundrum, I personally believe he needs help. I think, legal charges or not, he should be checking himself into rehab. I think, especially given the criminal charges, strategically, he should be checking himself into rehab, even if he doesn't think he needs the help for the public appearance of the trial, for the courts, and for public perception.
Do you think he should have custody of his kids while he's high as fuck? I'm just curious. I think he needs to get help. He needs to get help. He needs to get help. That's what the people around him were saying. That's the people who went and told the police, hey, somebody needs to look into this. The difference between them and you is that they actually meant it, where you're just saying it online because reasons, so that you can seem like a good guy.
These lawyers are shitbags. Real quick, thank you, Cryptic. I think Big Dro can redeem any drug addict. His troll powers can prevent addiction. What if you get addicted to his trolling?
Ooh, that could be an issue.
That's what I think. And I go read this affidavit and I'm like, I hear people saying the kids were the ones who reported the behavior. And I was like, I'm reading. It's like, where does it say that? And lo and behold,
we pointed out where it said it. We actually read it.
Yeah, it said they talked to the preschool teacher who's a mandated reporter. And under the open door policy, that's exactly who the kids should be talking to.
Yeah, and I haven't seen anybody say that the kids are the ones who reported the drug use. They did report not being fed, you prick.
That's okay. Kids don't need food. They can absorb things through osmosis.
Yeah, that's how they eat normally.
Yeah.
Kids were the ones who reported the behavior. And I was like, I'm reading. It's like, where does it say that? And lo and behold, it doesn't. And people don't know how to read, or they're infusing what they believe they know of Rekieta's life situation into the affidavit.
They're just lying to us. The kids did report it.
Yeah. But he is making, he's purposefully, without saying it, because lawyers are dirty as shit, he is making the connection here that the kids are the ones who reported him for drugs. Nobody is saying that. I've not seen a single person say that.
Nope.
They reported the neglect, dick.
Yeah, this started as a welfare check. And then
He's
it
not
became
lying.
something more with some investigation.
Understatement. You're just wrong. He says he's not lying. He's being pedantic. No, he's not. No, he's not. Because in the affidavit, they literally reported this to their teacher. They didn't report it to the cops, but they did literally report it. And he said, I'm seeing people say they reported him, and that's not in there. It's absolutely in there. It's 100% in there. That is a blatant, bald-faced lie that he told. It's not just being...
he is being pedantic too, but for various reasons.
He's trying to make it, but again, he's being very purposeful in the words that he's using. He's lying. Mm-hmm. That's called lying.
What? No, the lawyers don't lie. They're above reproach, Monkey. They're the best of us.
Why did Viva pull this stunt? A lot of people have trouble admitting they're wrong, and that would be my biggest guess, is that, when he started hearing the arguments against what his fat friend there is saying, he was like, oh shit, this makes me look retarded. I have to grab onto something. That's my best guess.
Yeah, it's pretty common, actually, with big egos.
Because he's not a dumb guy.
No, but, why admit you're wrong?
Robert, I'm not going to bring up the affidavit because it's got his address in it, and I didn't redact it, and I'm nervous about
I mean, I did.
I'll read it. I'll read it, but I'm not bringing it up because I haven't
I'll do
redacted it.
I can do the summation. I do a further breakdown at vivabarneslaw.locals.com as part of the Barnes Law School edition of how to read an search warrant affidavit, using the Rekieta case as a example, as an opportunity for constitutional education.
Okay, we're going to. So instead of letting Viva just read it and go over it, he's going to give us his breakdown.
Well, you got to go to his locals page to get the full story, so you got to pay money for it.
How accurate do you think this breakdown is going to be?
As accurate as a child saying he didn't steal cookies out of the cookie jar.
About your rights. And that's what people should be focused on. Not what they think or don't think about Nick Rekieta, the individual. Obviously, he has a bunch of haters and trolls because they keep barraging.
Not in fairness to them, but in fairness to Rekieta. Like this is, remember back in the day, you were a little bit more critical of the individual that Rekieta was going after. I'm not going to mention the name because I don't want to rehash it, but Rekieta's gone after people very personally, very vitriolically, who you would expect no sympathy from. But even back in the day then, I didn't like this. We're dealing with real humans at the end of the day, and whether or not they've done stupid things in their past, I don't believe in rehashing those things, humiliating them to the point where bad things can happen.
And at a minimum, you can...
What the hell does rehashing anybody's past have to do with what we're talking about here?
I have no idea.
We're not talking about him being a cokehead 10 years ago, and now people are going, oh, he's probably a cokehead. This is an active, ongoing thing. At best, he's been clean for 3 days. At best.
Yeah, let's hope for that.
Never use the facts of the case that infuse moral or political judgment to allow you to debauch the Constitution of the United States.
As somebody who loves the Constitution, the more he talks about it, the more I hate him. And I don't hate Barnes, but he's making me hate him. Because you are abusing it, sir. Anyway.
That's my only true loyalty, is to the Constitution of the United States. If Nick Rekieta was the one violating it, I'd be calling him out for violating it. I care about the Constitution of the United States. And that's what a lot of LawTube is, either too emotionally compromised or legally illiterate.
Yeah, you're hysterical.
Because this...
Right? Probable cause is a brand new invention. It's not something even the fucking founders used.
Well, they'll be crazy. Those guys didn't know what they were talking about.
That's why in the Constitution they wrote that no warrant shall ever be served unless, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Fucking douche. Anyway.
This affidavit is a joke.
Well, first of all, I'm going to make a joke, actually, because it says State of Minnesota, County of Candy U High. Has anybody made that joke yet? Like the county is literally called Candy U High. K-A-N-D-I. It's not spelled the
Okay. One, don't announce ahead of time that you're going to make a joke. Two, if you're going to, please at least tell one. And three, you owe all of the actual funny people in Canada an apology for that.
That's probably why he had to leave Canada.
Jesus Christ. John Candy came out of Canada. How dare you represent that country in this manner?
Yeah. He's a better comedian than this.
Jesus.
The same way. Y-O-H-I. That's, if nobody's made that joke yet, well, I'm the first one to coin it. People are.
What?
Were you about to say something, or did I accidentally think somebody?
I think you thought that.
Okay.
That was in your imagination.
Infusing their observations of what they believe to be a downfall, an addiction problem. And I can steelman this.
Okay. Why are people responding with the presupposition that they think he's a cokehead? Jack, can you theory craft that one out?
Maybe all the drugs he's been doing, or the fact that he's lost a lot of weight, seems highly distracted, and his mood shifts pretty regularly.
Okay, here's the thing. Before the arrest, even with the white stuff on his nose, it was just speculation that he was a cokehead. It's now confirmed. So to sit there and go, oh, they have these preconceived notions. They might have, but he was doing coke.
Well, the presence of cocaine doesn't necessarily mean he's a user monkey. That could have just been left over from, when somebody visited.
April was just visiting.
Yes. Look, maybe that cocaine spontaneously formed itself there in some sort of massive singularity when a dimensional shift happened when they fired up CERN.
To be fair, most people thought he was just a terrible self-destructive alcoholic. That may be true, but there's a lot of people. Something that doesn't get mentioned a lot is how often Nick was sniffing on stream. That has become a more popular meme in the last several months. There was plenty of talk, especially after April leaves Aaron, about Nick and coke. Yeah. You're right. It's not as well known as his alcohol problems, but for these guys to be up here pretending that, hey, these guys just hated Nick and they thought this about him beforehand. Again, that could be true that they just thought that about him beforehand. And Nick came out and went, yeah, I am a drug addict. The police will tell you about it. I mean, it's asinine to bring up this point. It's not like they were thinking that he was raping children and like, see, he is a bad guy because he was doing coke. No, they were like, he's a cokehead. Look, he is a cokehead. Fuck. There are a lot of people that just hate Jack. But there's a lot of people who looked at how he was behaving and went, that dude looks like he's got a drug problem.
Yeah. Well, I hadn't watched him in a very long time, and seeing how gaunt and weird he was acting. Yeah, first thing I thought was drugs, and alcoholism, like really advanced alcoholism. But I didn't think cocaine, though. I'll be honest. That one, I thought it was 280s.
I had heard rumors about him using. Again, for me, it wasn't even like, because the powder on the nose doesn't come around to that May 21st episode. But the rubbing of the nose, the sniffing a lot, I'd seen many people mention that. Cryptic, thank you. I had a flashback to Dave Chappelle's episode, Fuck Yo Couch. Cannot finish the next part. Thank you so much. All right.
You're dealing with an adult who does stupid things on his streams, gets drunk, clearly intoxicated, thinks that, his wife will take care of the kids in the morning. It doesn't mean that there's neglect because he's behaving like a degenerate.
Yeah, let's leave out the part about her also being charged. Understatement, thank you. By the way, I love how the term side piece is in use again. Fair enough. Go ahead. Right? I'm sorry. Nick was just getting high. He just thought his wife was going to take care of him in the morning.
Like you do.
For fuck's sake, man.
And so but someone sees this and says, well, this is an easy target. I can now make all sorts of accusations. I don't like his politics, so I can make sort of accusations. He'll be a very, very easy target because I've seen what he's done online. And I want to address one thing.
I've seen what he did online. I don't like his politics, so I can go after him.
I've seen what he's done online, and turns out some of the accusations were true.
This is just nonsensical shit. This is throwing stuff at the wall, hoping some defense of Nick sticks. There's no indication that this was done by people who hate him online.
Yeah.
This was from the fucking pastor at the church. That's why Barnes is going to go into it's church politics. And by his children reporting, I know you don't like that word, reporting that they weren't being fed, you fucking dick. How do you gloss over that part?
Apparently it's easy.
Travis Gardner, thank you so much. Off topic, but Brandon Herrera is only 600 votes from winning, but 95% are in, so good chance he won't make it. Adam Kissinger is being a douchebag about it.
Of course he is.
I don't know anything about that race. I haven't followed any of it.
Yeah, I was hoping Herrera would win, but is what it is.
Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces of people talking about it, and I believe I even commented on somebody saying something horrible about Herrera, but it's not one that I'm real up on. And Kissinger's just a douchebag anyway. Fuck that guy. I don't know what he's so giddy about. His ass was such a puss, he wouldn't even run for his seat because he knew he was going to lose.
Yeah, because nobody likes the guy. He's a douchebag.
Yeah.
He looks smelly.
The video where Nick allegedly comes back from a 45-minute pee break, and as many people on the internet are saying, has white powder on his nose. I went to watch
It's not
it.
just many people on the internet. It was the cop as well, just for the record.
Yeah. The guy who has
This is
training
not
in this.
Yeah.
for the sake of defending Nick, for the reasons I won't repeat. I don't see that as definitively as I thought I would have need to see that in order for people to make that claim. I didn't see it.
Well,
I didn't want to see it.
So you have your opinion and they have theirs. By the way, I went and watched it because of that clip we just watched. And yeah, he had white powder on his nose. But I didn't see it as definitively as I would need to see it in order for people to say that.
I don't think we could call it white powder anymore. It's cracker dust.
Cracker dust. I like that.
and that's another sign of what's missing from the warrant. So the warrant basically violates all the rules of warrants. First, you need to have probable cause of a crime. Second,
what's he talking about? There's
apparently,
literally observable behavior in the videos.
yes. There's also another witness who was part of doing the drugs who was admitted it online.
Yeah. And there's two independent people saying there's some problem with these kids. You got the preacher who heard from 4 people, so no doubt there's 4 witnesses. And then you got the preschool teacher. You've got a mountain of circumstantial evidence at the minimum.
Thank you, Cryptic. Rick James, cocaine is a hell of a drug. Wasn't that James Brown?
Somebody named James. I don't know.
I think it was James Brown who said cocaine's a hell of a drug. I might be wrong, though. But thank you for the donation, Cryptic. Both men would know.
Yeah, it's true.
Just saying.
you need to disclose information that would be material to the judge's decision. You can't omit that set of information.
What was omitted, and how would you know that if it was omitted, sir?
Speculation. His lived experience.
It's that lived experience in the 8th Amendment. Just checked. It was Rick James. Okay, fair enough.
And thus you cannot submit a fraudulent affidavit by omitting material information if you know it. And so some of the like an honest, conscientious judge would
now,
never...
real quick, you would think that he's going to go through and point out where all this is, right?
No.
For the record,
I don't think that at all.
I haven't watched all. Well, at least given what he's saying.
Yeah.
If he was being honest in what he was saying here.
Ooh.
For the record, I haven't watched it all, so maybe it will come out and he'll give the actual examples instead of just, throwing bullshit out into the air. But I doubt it.
Sign the search warrant based on this affidavit, which further suggests that my hypothesis.
All right, again, can we? I just want to go over the affidavit one more time. The children have told the preschool teacher that they're not being fed. The children are dirty and they stink. 4 members of the church have gone to the pastor to express concerns that Nick is using drugs and that the children are being neglected, including one who said they saw track marks on Nick. We have Nick's own videos where he's fucked up beyond all belief on his streams. We have Aaron saying that he was doing drugs at Nick's house. What part of that is not probable cause? What part of that doesn't say, yeah, you can go look into that real quick. You can go check that out. He's making it sound like there's literally nothing here. Like the search warrant just says, I don't like Nick Rekieta and I want to go search his house. But
Yeah.
that's not what happened.
But it is in his head because of his lived experience. Like, if you have a
And the
problem
Eighth
with how easy it is to get a search warrant, change the laws. But they have enough stuff here that the circumstantial evidence would realistically get you a search warrant. It doesn't matter if this judge doesn't like Nick or anything like that. There's enough there that, I mean, the judge could be sued if they're wrong, but they weren't wrong.
Dangerous, thank you, says, yes, Robert, probable cause, not definite. Yeah, and that's what a lot of the Rekieta defenders are doing. They are jumping to the guilty beyond a reasonable doubt part of it, when what we're talking about is literally probable cause, which is not the same standard. And no court has ever held it to the same standard.
No, that's dumb.
That's dumb as shit. You know, remember I was talking on the first day about legal mindset, talking about how, hey, only lawyers should be talking about this. I'm beginning to think lawyers are the ones who should shut the fuck up, because they're just dirty, dirty liars, man. They're dirty, dirty smear merchants.
Well, they have a lot to gain by doing that.
On Sunday, that there's political corruption and personal motivation and First Amendment violating retaliatory animus involved in this case.
Remember, his First Amendment argument was Nick said bad things about the judge. That's the only reason that this happened. I'm paraphrasing. You can go watch it.
Yeah. Look, Nick can apply for a change of venue or to have that judge removed from the case.
Mm-hmm.
That's perfectly acceptable. Look, there's a conflict of interest here, or at least the appearance of impropriety, or they can move for a change of venue if they want to argue that everybody involved is somehow against him. But that comes up later in the court proceedings. He has to argue that they can still give a search warrant. He can claim harassment all he wants, but that doesn't make it true.
And remember, Barnes doesn't offer any suggestion of evidence that this was politically motivated, other than Nick has said bad stuff about these people. So therefore, obviously, it's a First Amendment issue. They're only going after him because he said something.
Yeah. And look, I'm prepared to think that maybe the judges and some of the people involved in that case are probably a little sick of his shit, but it would be dumb to do a retaliatory strike like this if you're a small town judge, because the DOJ is going to come in and kick your fucking ass.
And glitched, exactly. He still had 26 grams of coke. I mean, you can sit there all day long and tell me there was no probable cause, but he had 26 grams of coke.
Yeah, and everybody knows it now.
Further substantiated. Because, so to give you an idea what the search warrant is.
Oh,
I'll read it as you go along, Robert. I'll read it certain passages.
And I inferred this from the get-go. That, you know, because, and how do you infer that? Like, apparently, like Nate the lawyer, and so there's some folks there on Legal Mindset show, you know, like, how could you possibly guess what's in the search warrant? Well, you take the criminal complaint that's already been filed that alleges the charges, that usually gets into some detail, and you take the probable cause affidavit for the detention, and that would give you a roadmap to what's likely in the search warrant. Turns out it's even weaker than I thought. So the search warrant is a combination of three sources of information. I should say two sources of information, but three different subsources, if you will.
I'm curious what he's going to say the three sources are, because I would say the sources are Nick himself, Aaron, the children, and the four people who spoke to the pastor. I mean, because the pastor and the preschool teacher are basically just repeating what was said to them.
Yeah.
So Nick's kids, Nick himself, Nick's get high buddy, and people he went to church with. All right, let's see.
I wonder if they're going to track down his dealer too.
They're probably on YouTube, probably wearing blue.
The first source of information is that a pastor came in and reported the statements of other people who were in turn reporting the statements of other people.
No. See, that is not, we read it.
Yep.
4 people went to the pastor, and now he's saying 4 people had been told this by others. No.
That is not what it says.
It's not at all what it says. You just either lied or you're dumb. Maybe you need to take your own course on how to read an affidavit. Just saying. Hey, Robert, what would they find in your bedroom?
So we'll get to that category. Second category is turns out the cop is a psychology expert, doctor. He can prescribe, he can diagnose from online social media. Because that's the second source is the cop's own extraordinary expertise to know whether someone has been using drugs or not.
Oh, you mean like observable behavior?
I just love this part because all he's just saying here is that the cop was right.
Yeah. Yeah. The fact that you can recognize certain aspects of a person who matches what drug users look like, the distracted nature, then leaving and coming back and having powder on their nose, and then suddenly being much more animated. Oh, no, that's not indicative of drug use. You silly person. He was just drinking a lot of Coca-Cola.
I just want to put this into perspective, what he just did. He's trying to be sarcastic about how the cop he apparently is an expert in psychology and can prescribe. And he was right.
Yeah.
Let's say you're absolutely right. The only thing he went on is just what he saw in videos, which isn't true either. But just from Nick's behavior, he was right. Unless, that cocaine magically formed in the house while the cops were there looking for it.
I think he might be trying to allude to the fact that the cops planted stuff. I think that's the angle he's going for.
And all he really did is prove that the cop knows what he's talking about when he's looking for drug abuse.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
But
he's so proud of himself. He's so smug.
Yeah.
Apparently he's a psychologist, and apparently he is, because he nailed that one.
Must be the best guy on the force. So yeah, apparently his training was effective. Don't know what to tell you here, Robert.
Oh, fuck.
Idiot.
Watching a video of them. Not a video of them using drugs, to be clear. Just a video of
the behavior. We'll
video
I'll
of
read
the
that
behavior. Including just like a minute's worth.
No. It's not just a minute's worth. He said he watched the video. He watched the whole 4 hour and 4 minute video. That's just the relevant part to why he wants the search warrant. God, lawyers are scummy as shit. I thought Walmart management was bad at parsing words. Fuck.
Yeah, it's incredibly disingenuous. He knows what he's doing too. Look at his face. He knows for a fact that he is being disingenuous with what the search warrant actually says.
Oh yeah.
And notice how they didn't read it, because they would have said this is a 4 hour live stream, and this is the part where he did this.
Thank you. This is Kyle, who said it was obviously planted in Nick's house by the machine elves. Those little fuckers.
Those bastards. They're always up to something.
And then the underlying video, which, by the way, one of the things you point out is there's actually not clear evidence of any white powder on his nose.
I look.
It doesn't have to be clear evidence. This is probable cause.
Yeah. I think there was plenty of evidence that was white powder on his nose.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a fairly sizable schnoz.
You'd be making a better argument to say that it was something other than coke on his nose than trying to pretend that, hey, because you didn't have definitive proof that there was some on his nose. No, you don't have to have the definitive proof. You two idiots keep trying to make this out to be.
Yeah, no, it was pixie sticks, Monkey.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everybody loves pixie sticks.
Right? And they're left over from Halloween. And he was just like, I love pixie sticks. I love pixie sticks. I'm going to do a line of pixie sticks.
All right.
Looked closely because everyone said it. And I was like, I had seen the clip, and I was like, oh, that can't be the clip because I don't see. I could maybe see glare if I wanted to be really, really meticulous.
Well, not only that.
Did you see the glare before he got up and left? Because the lighting didn't change, dickhead.
Yeah, nobody moved his lighting. There's no shift in lighting.
Jesus. Thank you, Dangerous Spaces. Cops who, among other things, pull people over for DUIs might have experience in observing people under the influence, Robert. I like Barnes, but he is a massive douche here. Yeah, he's being an absolute douche here. And look, there are cops who get it wrong.
Yeah.
There are times people act in weird ways, and they are under the influence, but it's a mental disorder or even a physical ailment, and the cops get it wrong.
Yeah, or a prescription medicine. That's not what we have here.
No. They keep trying to gloss over the fact that he was found with coke.
What's the giveaway that a judge would flag right away? That the cop knows his statement isn't supported. There's no photo in the search warrant affidavit. There's
not required to be a photo. What's he talking about?
No, it's a dead giveaway, yo. Because they didn't include a photo from the video. They didn't include
downloaded the video and enclosed it in a flash drive.
They didn't include a statement of the kids telling their preschool teacher that they're not fed. So that's how you know they made that shit up. Jack, will you talk for just a minute? I need to step away.
Sure, what's up? Maniac Man, I've snorted pixie sticks on a date as a kid. It was not fun. No, I should have burned your nostrils. No, right? What are these guys talking about? They're trying to defend their friend. And they don't want to admit that they made a mistake or that they were wrong. So they're bending over backwards to manipulate anything they can. And they clearly are misleading. Lawyers pulling mental gymnastics to defend one of their own, tale old as time. Absolutely. Lawyers will always defend their own because they all have skeletons in their closet. Question is, did they have the right to even look for it? Yeah, well, that'll be parsed out in court. Brandon Herrera is all of 429 votes behind Tony Gonzalez in Texas 23rd. We get a shout out for a true constitutionalist. Yeah, I think Brandon Herrera should have won. And it wouldn't surprise me if there were shenanigans going on considering the way things are these days. But, we're not allowed to talk about that. I don't agree. Barnes doesn't want to appear wrong after his initial constitutional claims. That's possible. I mean, I think they didn't have enough of the facts at first, and then when this stuff all came out, they looked a little silly maybe, or they thought they did, and they won't back down and say, we got this wrong. And that's kind of sad. Who's Brandon Herrera? He's running for Congress in Texas.
Okay, for the record, I don't have anything on my nose.
You were gone for like an hour.
Right before I stepped away, Danger said, the question is, did they have the right to even look for it? You're right. But here's the thing. Barnes's contention and what we saw with this sarcastic bullshit is he was insinuating that this officer did not have the requisite training to be able to spot drug use. He's being a sarcastic douchebag, being like, he thinks he's a psychologist, and fuck this guy. But the fact that he did spot it and they did find drugs shows that, yeah, he actually does have the required training to spot this shit. That's the important part of that. Yes, he absolutely had the requisite training to see, hey, this guy seems to be out of his fucking gourd. So it is a perfectly legitimate question to go, hey, does he have the training? Yeah, turns out he did.
There's no inclusion of
I know, right?
the video in the search warrant affidavit. In other words, the cop knows, an independent judge or independent person looking at this won't draw the same conclusion.
Well, then Nick should have this easily tossed.
Yeah, if he gets the search warrant tossed out, then it shouldn't be a problem for him.
Maybe he was just lucky. Probably what Barnes would say. No, because Barnes is still arguing that it was meaningless. In Barnes's mind, this guy either has to be very, very lucky or Miss Cleo. He doesn't leave any room for anything else with his sarcastic bullshit.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy. Seriously, Barnes, go fuck yourself, you fat piece of shit.
We need the pictorial evidence.
Hey, he didn't include the video. That shows that, you mean the video that if the judge wanted to, they could just pull up and go, huh?
I think the video is more damning than the statement.
It absolutely is.
Material.
And if it was included, he'd be calling it prejudicial.
Oh, yeah.
You can't conclude that he was clearly drunk, which is legal to do. The white stuff on his nose was just a glare that didn't appear until he got up and left. He went and got himself a glare. He got shine.
Got high.
Have you seen the Afro Man video about Hunter Biden getting high?
No, but I bet it's hilarious.
Oh, fuck. It was sent to me, and it's the actual Afro Man. Yeah. I'll have to send it to you.
Nice.
Let me stop you there. An independent judge, this judge who signed off on the warrant is indeed Jennifer Fisher. And I'm just awaiting confirmation that this is in fact the judge who's dealing with Rekieta's civil claim.
It is.
Where he has been, making public statements not so favorable of the judge. I'm not sure. But
why do you need to await confirmation? You talked about it on your last stream that it's the same chick.
Yeah, her signature's on the actual search warrant, which is available.
Maybe they have another judge in that small town with the exact same name.
Yeah.
It's possible, Jack.
Possible, but not probable.
That you wouldn't get a probable cause warrant for it, but it's possible.
He's called out the judge is incompetent and corrupt. And what is that judge doing involved in this case?
Because they only have like 3 judges in that county. That's what he doesn't understand. You can tell he's a city lawyer. He doesn't understand there's not a large pool of judges in a rural area. And calling her corrupt is pretty you got to be a little careful with that if you're an actual lawyer. Accusing another lawyer, a sitting judge, of being corrupt.
Well, he's also making this out to he's very clearly trying to link this to Trump case stuff.
Yeah.
There's a difference between Trump calling out a judge and Nick Rekieta. Do you think this judge even saw Rekieta's comments?
I doubt it. They may not even care.
And there's nothing. And let's be honest. Maybe I missed something, but if I remember correctly, Nick calling her a corrupt judge comes from after the whole. It's not change of venue. What was it? It was jurisdictional thing that Nick lost his appeal on.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets really drunk and says a whole bunch of really stupid shit about this woman. And even if she had saw it, there's nothing to say that she didn't look at this warrant and go, yeah, this looks like kids might be in danger. Go check it out.
Yep.
And lo and behold, they were. But let's not talk about that side of it.
So the third source, so the first source, pastor coming in, telling him what other people have told him.
All right.
Second source, the cop interpreting videos. Social media online.
Stop. It's not just the cop interpreting videos, because he also went over. Notice he didn't talk anything about the Aaron video.
Yeah.
Videos, but very limited what videos he's looked at. And the third.
Do you want us to send him more videos where he might have been high? Because I'm sure people will do that for you. I'm sure Kiwi's already all over that.
Probably.
They probably have a count of how many times he wipes his nose in a stream.
I mean, they're the Kiwi farmers, man. You don't fuck with them. You start challenging them to a competition, you're going to lose because they have the weaponized autism. Seriously, you are pushing luck there, dude. They might take that as a challenge, just to prove Barnes wrong.
He confronted her about being wrong at least one time. I mean, that's not unusual. And that alone isn't enough to be like, oh, this judge is biased. I mean, by that, and I'm not being mean here, understatement. By that kind of thinking, we have to say that the Rittenhouse verdict at the end wasn't right because that judge very, very, not publicly. I mean, it was out there, it wasn't in front of the jury at least, but very angrily yelled at Binger several times. And Binger argued with him over it. So you can't just look at it, hey, they had a disagreement and they called him out as proof that the judge is in any way biased. That's the only point I'm making there.
Is another social media blogger making statements that he infers have certain meanings.
Okay, so he is bringing up Aaron separately as a separate source, even though he said many. Okay, anyway. All right, so
Don't think
and the
too
cop
hard
does
about it.
say that Aaron implies that they did drugs instead of saying Aaron said they did drugs. Fair enough.
Not that these statements, because this person has later on made new statements, but not at the time in the search warrant affidavit. People are tending to confuse the two. It's like that's not what's in the search warrant affidavit.
It is not worth ignoring or omitting that the person that you're talking about is the disgruntled ex-spouse of the woman who's living at the house, having
Exactly. I mean,
Okay.
That doesn't
Let's
make
deal
him
with-
wrong.
Right. Look, I've been very critical of Aaron since this happened because I think Aaron is out there trying to turn himself into the hero here, where
Oh yeah.
in reality, he's a dude that lost his wife to Nick Rekieta after being drug buddies with him. He's just as much a part of the problem here as his wife was. Again, though, you can sit there and go, he's the disgruntled wife. Somebody being disgruntled doesn't mean they're lying. It can mean they're lying.
Yeah, it goes
But
to their motivation, but
Yeah.
that doesn't necessarily equal automatic lying.
There's a lot of times in criminal cases where just out of spite for a perceived slight from somebody, criminals turn on each other.
Yeah.
And then run and tell the cop, hey, he did this, and then turns out they actually both did it together. So
Yeah,
I mean,
well, that is an issue for the guy's credibility, but it's not like he's Michael Cohen where he's been, arrested for perjury.
yeah.
The guy's got a grudge. Yeah, that is a strike against him, but you have the totality of the circumstantial evidence to look at.
And we also have the fact that afterwards, we know Nick had the coke. So
Look,
you can
your
say
hate
that it
facts
should.
are not appropriate here, sir.
You can say that it shouldn't have been used as part of the affidavit for the search warrant. Fine. But what you can't do is sit here and pretend that the only reason he said this stuff is out of spite and that it's insinuating that it's made up, that he has an axe to grind. Nick had the coke. What part of that are you guys not getting? You would actually be doing a better job if all you did was talk about the fucking affidavit. That if you just stuck to that, you'd probably be okay. But you guys keep taking it further than that. Hey, I mean, let's remember is that his wife left him. And did Nick have the drugs? All right, then it seems like Aaron wasn't lying. He's, bullshitting now about Kayla said I had the best dick. But otherwise, we have proof that Nick was doing the coke.
What? No, not good, wholesome Nick. No, that's crazy talk. He's a good boy. Didn't do nothing.
They were grooming Aaron to be the stay-at-home dad. You're probably right. Anyway.
So literally, it's church gossip, social media gossip, and a cop pretending he's an expert based on a single body language interpretation of a video, and
Which he was right about.
comparing two photos. I mean,
It's not just comparing two photos. It's actually hours and hours of video.
Yeah. Also, he ignored the preschool teacher.
none of which has anything to do with drugs. It's just an inference. This is
What?
It's an inference monkey.
No. Wait. Listen to what he says.
that none of which has anything to do with drugs.
The 4 people from the church didn't mention drugs, like the one who said track marks.
No, see, that's their church gossip stuff.
Okay. And Aaron talking about coke and Molly's. That
Church
nothing to do with
gossip.
drugs, huh?
A bitter ex, church gossip, and cops that don't know how to do their jobs, apparently.
The cop who said he saw white powder and that he had a change in behavior consistent with somebody doing drugs had nothing to do with drugs.
Nothing. You're silly. You're a silly head.
I feel like me and him read different affidavits.
You're a big old silly. You know that.
I want to read the one he read.
You don't have a lab. What do you know about law stuff?
I don't have a law degree. I only have a GED. So maybe I just read it wrong when they literally mention illegal substances.
Shut up.
When they literally mention illegal drug paraphernalia.
Yeah, that was just, I'm telling you, it's all pixie sticks, dude.
Jesus Christ, Barnes. Do you not care about your credibility at all? Is that it? Because if it is, that makes more sense.
I think he's just that arrogant that he can't admit that Nick fucked up. And that he may have been wrong about either Nick's character or the assessment of the situation. And I don't think he can accept that.
Do you have a gavel? You're right. I don't. So I just want to hear him say it one more time.
Two photos. I mean, that none of which has anything to do with drugs.
Wow. All right.
It's just an inference. This is a crock. I mean, Nate, the lawyer, was like, "Oh, I think this is completely fine." I was like, "Okay, Nate, find one comparable case in the country that found probable cause, Nate."
Well,
one comparable case where people said somebody was doing drugs and there was a warrant for it?
A video? Pretty sure you could find somebody waving guns around on a TikTok video that got busted for having guns. In fact, I would say there's probably many cases where there's less probable cause and they got a warrant and it held up.
Out there and actually do a little legal research this
let
time.
me. There's going to be a beef between Nate and Barnes after this.
Oh,
No, there's not, because by this time I almost dropped the F slur again. That coward piece of shit on the right there had already blocked Nate.
Yes. Come Sunday, if the legal analysis doesn't improve, everybody who does crap analysis is going to get individually called out for crap analysis.
I bet you won't actually say what they say.
Yeah, I bet it'll be a half truth like everything else we've seen so far.
Because some of these people, I'm not saying this about Nate, but some of these people are clearly just grifting off of. Some of them were made famous and successful because of Nick, and they're just grifting off of it. And
well, those two things kind of go hand in hand. And for the record, I have no problem with people who go out and do drama videos and make money off of it. And unless you're like that dirty bitch who did the Daddy 05 stuff. What was her name?
Joy Sparkles.
Joy Sparkles, yes. Where she's abusing the algorithm and, dropping 50 videos on it a fucking day.
Nope, I think we should be doing that on this. I told you we should call this Lawyer 05.
Shouldn't it be Lawyer 06 though?
We're not counting it. Her.
No, there's 6 kids. Oh, it's 5 kids. You're right.
5
You're
kids,
right.
Yeah.
My bad.
they know they get easy plaudits.
Well, wait. There may have been 6 kids, but they're all so skinny now. They only equal 5. Too soon?
No, I think my brain went to the 6 to 16 thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
And they're,
because I'm pretty sure over the last several days I've mentioned 5 kids repeatedly. It's just I'm running for president and have been for a long time, and I've learned that if you want to be president, you have to say stupid shit.
Yeah, and being cognitively impaired would definitely help. Apparently,
we got to bag this up because we just stepped all over this part. All right, let's see. I don't even know what they said here.
Off of it, and they
I'll say this.
Easy plaudits that they bash Nick, and they're doing horrendous constitutional law analysis.
They're not bashing Nick to say that this was probable cause. How is that bashing Nick?
I don't know. Like, there are people out there that don't like Nick, and they're saying, less than pleasant things about him, I'm sure. But that doesn't mean anything.
Well, these two have mentioned, people are taking their personal feelings and mixing it up. They're doing this, and Robert just a moment ago saying that Aaron has said worse stuff after Nick is arrested, and people are confusing that. What they're doing is taking people from like Kiwi Farms. I mean, they actually mention them by name. I don't know if he has already or if it's coming up. But taking that and these people who absolutely hate Nick and putting that on all of these lawyers who've gone out of their way to be kind to Nick. Being like, I hope he gets help. He really needs some help in this. The only real difference there is that they disagree with you about whether or not Nick deserves to be in legal trouble over this. They're so disingenuous.
Yeah, look, a lot of people have said really supportive things about Nick, but apparently any criticism is considered an attack on Nick.
Yeah, if you don't believe or if you don't agree with this asshole there in his little blue pullover saying, hey, it's a First Amendment case, then you just hate Nick. This is in no way a fucking First Amendment case. I can't believe you have the balls. You're the reason I have to argue with people about the Constitution, because stupid people like you exist and try to use it as a shield where it doesn't exist.
Well,
Where it's not appropriate.
Yeah, it's his job as a lawyer, though. They're supposed to be scumbags.
And if he was in a court of law, I would even agree with you going, that's a stupid argument, but it's his job to make it. This is his personal dealings.
Yeah, but I think he's just playing favorites. He knows that Nick is his friend, and he's going to run interference for him in any way he can.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a pretty solid warrant. Not according to this dude, Eric.
Yeah, I would agree. There's enough circumstantial evidence for that warrant to have been signed.
Absolutely.
Is it all perfect evidence? No, but there's enough people. Yeah, it doesn't have to be. You've got several independent people coming forward and saying that there's a problem here, and they suspect drugs. The track marks on the arm or whatever the lesions were, that being mentioned, the fact that he looks strung out in his videos, it says, hey, maybe there is something that we should at least address here. Yeah. I don't know how many ways we can say that. And the fact that the judge signed off on it, the judge is putting her credibility at risk because she is involved in another case with Nick.
Yep.
And it has to stand up to appellate scrutiny if he tries to pursue that.
And look, there are bad judges who still go that way, but you haven't shown us any evidence of that here. And I'd just like to remind you, they found the drugs. That is very important to a lot of the arguments that they make here, because so much of it is, there's no reason to suspect this. They found them. This isn't a case where they were like, hey, those kids are being neglected, and the cop was like, I bet drugs are involved. No, they were actually told, hey, there's drugs involved over here. And then they went and found the drugs.
Yep.
You can't get away from that part. If they found no drugs, then you might be able to be going, yeah, there was absolutely no reason for them to think this. Clearly, that cop didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, looking at a person and suggesting they were on drugs. The fact they found the drug shows that, yeah, he might have known what he was talking about. And maybe the people at church were paying attention. Maybe when Nick was coming back after his getting up and leaving the pew, he had white powder on his nose.
How much you want to bet that one of these people that talked to the preacher was like some ex-junkie or somebody that works in like Narcs Anonymous?
Could be. There has been the suggestion that Aaron was involved in that himself, but from what we know, and again, we don't know everything, Aaron wasn't part of this church.
No, he doesn't. I mean, they live in the same state, but I don't think they're right near each other. Are they?
Not as far as I know. I mean, they're close enough that they go and hang out, but fuck, technically you and I are close enough we could hang out.
Yeah, conceivably. It'd just be
a couple hours of drive, but yeah. Anyhow.
And why do I care about that? You could care, not care about Nick. I care about the Constitution. And I care about...
Stop abusing it, dickhead. His First Amendment claim is literally that this only happened because Nick was mean to the judge, and there is absolutely zero proof of that.
Yep.
Like that judge was like, go find somebody who'll say Nick had track marks so I can have him arrested. And they
if that came out, that would be a big bombshell, but we've seen nothing to indicate that.
There's nothing even close to that. And he did have the drugs.
Like your hate fact about him having the drugs, that's problematic, buddy.
There are times that people get a warrant and they're bad warrants, that they're written wrong or they're looking for the wrong thing. Bad warrants happen. They do. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about a warrant that he is just arguing that there's not enough for it. The Constitution says there's not enough for it. One, no, it doesn't. What you really mean to say is court rulings based on constitutional interpretation. If you want to be real here, let's be lawyerly, shall we?
Oh, you do, yeah, buddy.
Because when it actually talks about warrants and probable cause and stuff, it doesn't get very specific in the Constitution. All of the things that he's talking about here are based on cases that have come up because of it, and the court's ruling in various different ways on various different cases. I know I just have my GED, so I'm not as smart as you lawyer folks, but the reality is you are using it as a shield to try to pretend that some very clearly disturbing stuff had been brought to the police and they looked into it. They did the investigation they're supposed to do. And that led to your friend getting arrested for the coke they thought he might have. There's nothing in this warrant that is bad.
It's bad because it got their friend in trouble.
Yeah, I want to know in Barnes's world, what would it have taken? What would have made this a good warrant? Would it have been Nick going to the police and going, "Hey, I do coke"? I bet even then he'd be like, "Oh, come on, that's hearsay." That's hearsay, man.
Photographs, apparently.
Nick was lying when he told the police he did drugs because he didn't include video of it.
Lying about the Constitution, misleading people about the Constitution.
You fuck. I'm about to get very angry.
Yes, you are.
All right. Lying about the Constitution and misleading people about it. Sir, how did you not burst into flame right there?
Because it's not a just world, buddy.
Because Satan himself is a lawyer.
Well, he's got a whole of them laying around, so
Yeah.
Problem.
I don't put any weight in the loyalty argument for celebrity status. So I don't care that if he made them famous, fine. But if I'll say this, if it
Good on you, Viva, for pointing that out and doing it to Barnes's face. I'll give you a little bit of credit for that.
Yeah,
because that's a nonsensical argument. He made these people. Shut up.
You owe him for eternity. You owe him your undying loyalty because he made you slightly more popular.
Him making them popular wouldn't show any negativity on their part. You know what I mean? Who's like, unless you ruin their life by making them popular, who's going to be like, "You made me popular, you son of a bitch, I need to get you." If you're going to look at the popularity side of it, I don't know. I would say two lawyers who are clearly arguing out of their ass, who also are famous because of Nick, that the famous because of Nick is more important in that case than people who got famous because of Nick and are willing to criticize him. Maybe? No?
Maybe. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but you're making too much fucking sense.
Are you picking up what I'm putting down? My son hit me with a quote from "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker" tonight. I laughed so hard.
Nice.
He even said, he goes, "I'm not real familiar with a lot of the source material they were making fun of." I'm like, you got to watch some of it. You really do, because it makes it even funnier. Anyway, sorry guys, just a little part of my world.
Turned out, and I was saying this internally, alleged neglect because of drug addiction is terrible. And I'll say this, something that might be shocking, but it's not as bad as physical abuse or sexual abuse. I said
and that's why the penalties for it are different. But what is your? I have to. I should shut up and just let him talk. But I'm very curious where this is leading. Look, neglect because of drug use is bad, but at least they're not fucking the kids. All right, I need a follow up to that to get your point, honestly, because better neglect is still neglect, dickhead. Dangerous, thank you. No, Monk, just because they found drugs doesn't mean there were drugs. Wait, that's stupid. Also, these two are demonstrating in real time why trust the experts is a stupid philosophy. True. Oh, anyway. All right. So where is this going? Please don't say something dumber than you've said already.
If it were to come out, that there was physical abuse or sexual abuse,
which there's none, by the way.
None.
No allegation. No, and we'll get to it.
No allegation. Wait, wasn't Kayla charged with child abuse?
Ongoing, allowing physical or sexual abuse to be ongoing.
Now,
Absolutely.
isn't that interesting and contradicting exactly what they just said?
No, because of the 14th Amendment or the 19th Amendment or some amendment.
Because Lincoln freed the slaves. Shut up! Don't notice things.
Because of prohibition. But Barnes cuts off Viva here when he's trying to make his point. He says, if there was allegations of that, okay, stop there. Using you guys' own, I'm going to call it logic for lack of a better word here. Using your own logic, unless somebody actually saw him fucking the kid, wouldn't that just be hearsay? Like, let's say the child goes to the teacher and went, "Daddy put his thing in my butt." By you guys' own reasoning, that should not be allowed to be used for a fucking search warrant.
I mean, can you trust those kids?
This is your fucking reasoning, not mine. So why is it different with a little bit more neglect? How neglectful do you have to be before the child saying, "Hey, my parent is harming me," becomes enough to override what was his is that his Fourth Amendment argument?
I think so.
How much abuse does there get to be before it becomes a legal problem? Viva.
Well, I mean, based on that kid's lived experience, how does that kid know that they're being abused? They've only been with one person. Jesus, I can't even
Shit.
fucking finish that.
I know where you went.
But that's the logic he's using.
Mm-hmm.
This kid doesn't know enough about sexual abuse to say that they're being abused. That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Or maybe the neglect falls under the umbrella for a physical CSA charge. I went over this the other day, and it's stuff that a lot of people today are going, "We're hearing about more abuse than was alleged in the criminal complaint." No, we're not. The problem is nobody was paying attention to the actual charge that was levied against her. Oh shit, Willie Mack did a video. Oh, Fugi, why are you doing this to me during a stream?
Because Fugi's the fucking master of this stuff. You want to know drama stuff? You should be following St. Fugi. The guy is on it. Like he gave me so much information that I couldn't find on my own.
The guy we talked about who did the Wendigoon video, Willie Mack has a video about him that just came out.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching that right after this show. But hang on, I'm trying to find the actual law. Here it is. Okay, so this here on your screen, this is the statute that Kayla is. Oh shit, I have to actually move this so they can see the bottom of it. That Kayla is in the charging indictment. There's a charge, and it is this one. It's 609.378 A-1 or A1. And then under penalty, it says this statute 609.378 A1-2. And that is important. A lot of people are reading this, and this is partially because of that suspected pedophile Vito being a retard, saying, no, the penalty part of it, they're just pointing to the bottom part for penalty because the first part is the overarching part of it. No. If you read subdivision 1 there, it has a penalty part of it. The physical / sexual abuse is a whole separate thing with its own punishment. And it says, a parent, legal guardian, or caretaker who knowingly permits the continued physical or sexual abuse of a child is guilty of neglect of a child and may be sentenced to imprisonment for not more than 1 year or to pay a fine of not more than $3,000 or both, which is the same penalty for the first part. The first part, I'm trying to find where it starts. I'll just read the penalty part of it. Sentenced to imprisonment for not more than 1 year or payment of a fine of not more than $3,000. There's no reason to have that second part there, because if all it is the charging part, when the same penalty is in the first part. Now, the first part goes on to say if this it turns out to be detrimental to the children, that there's actual, because look, neglecting your kid, not feeding them enough is not the same as the child being found to be suffering from malnutrition. They're hungry. They're not malnourished, right?
Yeah, as far as we know, it's just
yeah. No, I'm just saying in general, there's a difference between those two.
Oh yeah.
This goes on to say that in the first part of it, if the deprivation shows substantial harm to the child, the penalty goes way the fuck up. It's 5 years and 10 grand. There's no reason for them to have the second part in there for her charge, except for this. And no, I'm not suggesting diddling. Remember, this includes physical abuse. The fact that that has physical / sexual abuse in there, a lot of people are, sexual. Nobody's, as far as I know, nobody's suggesting sexual abuse, but physical abuse is in there. So, and they're like, there was no kind of stuff about anything with the children. Actually, it's all right here. A parent, legal guardian, or caretaker. This is the actual charge, the first part of it, the charge versus the penalty. A parent, legal guardian, or caretaker who willfully deprives a child of necessary food, clothing, shelter, healthcare, or supervision appropriate to the child's age, when the parent, guardian, or caretaker is reasonably able to make the necessary provisions, and the deprivation harms or is likely to be substantially harmed to the child's health. And then it gives that thing. That's the basic neglect one. But they tacked on the actual abuse one, what we would call child abuse.
What's interesting, Evolved Potato just pointed this out, is she's charged with letting it happen.
Yes.
Not necessarily being the perpetrator.
No, the first part of it is where she's charged with being the perpetrator. It is interesting to note that under the child endangerment stuff, NICS is a completely different statute. Yeah. Yeah, it's not even the same statute that's used on that one. But anyway, sorry, that's just something I saw going around so much today. I can't believe that it just said that they were around drugs. Not if you actually read the thing.
There were no drugs, Monkey. You're being gaslit.
Anyhow. Back to these two. And I apologize with all that research with just my GED. I got to stop using that thing.
Yeah, your fucking GED. Look at you.
I'm open using
show
it.
off.
I'm sorry. I just got so pissed off at legal mindset. Only the legal experts should really be talking about this.
Do you have the link for that statute?
Oh, do I? I think no, I'll have to pull it up. Let's see, 609.
It's been posted several times, so
609 point. I gotta go back and forth. 378. There we go. 378 point Minnesota. I'm just waiting for it to load. All right, here we go. Here is the full statute there. Yeah, because NICS is actually under, I want to say section 3, but don't quote me on that because I don't have it open in front of me. There you go for YouTube. And if you were curious on Rumble, there you go. Okay, we were laughing at retards, so let's get back to that.
Fourth-hand hearsay and all the other, and they come from a biased witness and they're not independently confirmed. We'll get to all of that. As we go through this,
he just said something there I have to address, and it is part of what we talked about just a second ago. But the biased witness, Aaron being biased against Nick doesn't make him wrong. That just has to be
the priest.
It could have been the priest. It doesn't matter. A biased witness isn't necessarily a wrong witness. It can be, but it doesn't mean it is.
The other thing to think of in terms of a probable cause for the search warrant affidavit, there was some other idiot lawyer troll on the internet. Like, oh, Barnes doesn't know what he's talking about. Hey, Barnes, what about this case? Well, the case supports my exact argument. The guy apparently didn't know how to read a case. That's how bad a lawyer he was. But the So Minnesota, like pretty much.
Do you want to give the example, or are you just going to say it?
Just gonna say that.
The other day, Robert Barnes came to me and said, I'm the smartest man he's ever known, and that anything he said should be put in a back seat compared to me. I'm not going to show you it, but it's true. It just shows how smart I am. We all believe that now, right?
Yes, that's
Because it was said on the internet.
Yeah, it was, somebody on the internet claimed it. Ergo, fact.
Aaron hasn't been interviewed by the police yet. Said he's going in today. He doesn't have to be interviewed by the police. He should be, but especially just for the probable cause part of it, they don't have to. He's on the internet saying these things that he did, and especially now, I mean, all they're going to be doing is verifying that what he said he said. Remember, guys, you don't have like some right to privacy on the internet.
Yeah, if you post it publicly on YouTube, then they're going to use it against you. What are you doing?
How many people have we seen now? There was one guy who got busted for robbing a bank or a convenience store because the first thing the dumbass did was went home and flashed a big wad of cash. I mean, people get busted for saying and doing stupid shit on the internet all the time.
Yeah, people admit to their crimes all the time. It's called self-reporting. They actually came up with a term for it because you're tattling on yourself and you're dumb. You're just a shit criminal at that point, or you're a junkie.
I beat all my fictional enemies in arguments, 100% record and ongoing. Yeah, he's like Tonka here, undefeated.
Everywhere. Now, why might the Fourth Amendment standards be uniform, everybody? Why might they be the same in pretty much every state in America? Why not? Why might they be the same in all the federal courts across the jurisdictions? Oh, I don't know. Because it's the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution.
The supreme law of the land.
Yeah, I mean, come on, law tube. Lord have mercy. But
Never mind. I was gonna say, is he going to actually make the Fourth Amendment argument here that proves that this was a bad affidavit? But I should know better. I really should.
Yeah, I mean, the longer this goes on, the more I feel like we're spinning in circles because
I know
they're just making the same poorly argued case and stuff doesn't apply the way they're claiming it applies.
And you could even make the argument that they're not making a case; they're just saying things. They're nonsensical things. To me, making a case is going, here's the example, here's the law, here's the case. And instead, what he's saying is, yeah, this one guy told me that there was a case and it didn't even apply. See, I win.
Therefore, I am corrected. You're stupid. You're a big poopy head and I hate you.
they're like, oh, maybe there's something specific about Minnesota.
Well, but let me ask you the one thing, because we're going to get to it. I like the fact that you broke it down into three, because you got your hearsay element, which is what it is. Then you've got your analysis element, which is what it is. It's well, I'll get there.
Hearsay.
And notice that they don't remember when we watched them last night. They were like talking about the mandatory reporting.
Yeah.
Notice they haven't mentioned that part really at all.
Yep, because it turned out the mandated reporters may have been onto something.
Yeah. Hey, I need to see what this mandated. It's there now. You guys want to pretend it doesn't even exist? Huh? Weird.
So we'll explain to people. There's different kinds of hearsay.
But now the question is this: as a question of principle, is not hearsay admissible for probable cause in a purest form or ideal sense?
So here's what they do. They say, here's when you can take into consideration hearsay. First of all, it depends on what kind of hearsay it is. In other words, is it just single hearsay? George told me this? Or is it what's called secondhand hearsay? Jack told George told me this?
Leave me out of this.
Or is it third hand? Or what?
Jack, why did you do this?
Yeah, something to do. I get bored a lot.
I know you get bored. Yeah. Were the people that told the pastor mandated reporters? Did they have it out for Nick?
The pastor's a mandated reporter. The people that came to him aren't necessarily, and they don't have to be.
Nope. And it doesn't matter who those people are. At that point, he is mandated.
Yeah.
So fourth hand hearsay. Julie told Jack, told George, told Joe this.
But that's not even what happened here. At best, it would be your second hand here or your first hand hearsay. where they told the pastor, because remember, they're not telling, despite what Barnes said earlier, they were telling the pastor their own beliefs of what they saw, what they've witnessed, and their belief based on that.
Their testimony, as it were.
Yeah. And they said it to the pastor, who went and told the police. So anyhow.
And he's trying to create this thing where, like, somebody told somebody who told somebody who told the priest. It's not a chain of 4 people. It's 4 individuals who approached the priest. It wasn't A went to B, went to C, went to D, who went to the pastor. That's not at all. He's conflating these things. And look at his smug look. He knows he's full of shit.
Oh, yeah.
It's just enraging hearing him make that argument over and over again, where he's misleading you about what's actually happened.
Understatement says, this is fun trying to make a better argument than Barnes. Yeah, and it's not that difficult either. He's about to, because I haven't watched all of this, and I did jump around in different parts. If this is the part I'm thinking about, he's actually about to say that it's like a game of telephone.
Yeah, which if it was A told B, told C, told D, who told the pastor, that would be accurate. But this isn't that. This is 4 independent people who went to a mandated reporter separately and expressed concerns. He then would document or take that information and relay it to the police, probably with their names, saying, these are what these people told me. This is what Mr. Smith told me. This is what Mrs. Jones told me, etc. And say, I am concerned. And then the cops look into it. Then they looked at that live stream and were like, oh yeah, something funny going on here. He's trying to muddy the waters on purpose. And it's incredibly disingenuous.
Model says, look at Viva. Seems like he gets this is bullshit. There's times where you can clearly tell that Viva, I don't know if Barnes believes this or not, but I don't believe Viva believes this shit at all. I think he's trying to play along with it, and it's a bad look.
He's trying to save face, and it's pathetic.
Oh, yeah.
That you just told Joe this. This is the old game.
I stepped on him saying what I was telling you. He said, whoops. That happens in these videos. Get over it.
That used to play or rumor, when you, I don't know, these kids, sit around and you whisper something, and guys, by the time it goes around the room, it's completely been butchered from the beginning of the room to the end of the room, what took place.
Okay. Hey, Jack.
Yeah, Monkey.
Correct me if I'm wrong on any part of this.
You're wrong.
These people went to the pastor saying they think Nick might be neglecting his kids because he's a cokehead. And the pastor went to the police and said, these people think Nick might be abusing his kids because he's a cokehead. And then they went to his house and found it in disarray and coke in the house.
Well, I don't think they specifically said coke, but they did express concerns about drug abuse and neglect of the children, which apparently had some validity to it.
He's trying to make it sound like I told Jack something, and Jack told your boy Pat, and your boy Pat told P-Dog, and P-Dog told Nuts, and then Nuts came and told me, and it was completely different than what I said. What the people told the pastor, and then what the pastor told the police, turned out to be correct.
Yeah, and an easy way to work this out is to have the people that express concern show up in court and testify their concerns. Or, write an affidavit for the police.
He's making it sound like they went to the pastor and said, I think Nick might have cut himself shaving. And the pastor went to the police and went, I think Nick was doing drugs.
Yeah, he was clearly shooting heroin.
That's not what happened here.
I'm telling you, his arguments make no fucking sense.
No.
Because they're not based in reality. It's all speculation about facts that aren't in evidence.
It's worse than speculation. It is literally just made up. It is just nonsense.
It's raging.
From the beginning of the room to the end of the room, what took place. So it depends on the quality, how much hearsay it is. This is true of rules of evidence for admission at trial. Certain kinds of hearsay is admissible, But the more versions of hearsay it is, the more it's secondhand, third hand, or fourth hand.
Just for the record, we're not talking about what's admissible at trial. We're talking about what can be used for an affidavit. But they do this.
Probable cause affidavit.
Yeah, they do this. I mean, they're conflating it back and forth. Hearsay has different rules when it comes to a search warrant and actually in court. You're lawyers, you know this. Fuck.
The more it's completely unreliable and thrown out, no matter what the basis of the exception is.
Let's get to it right away. I'm going to read. I'm not bringing up the affidavit because I haven't blacked it. I'll just tell everybody that the address is in multiple places. The affiant, you have the application for search warrant. Okay. The affiant says, I believe the following described property and things, namely controlled substances, including methamphetamine, cocaine, and other controlled substances prohibited by law and paraphernalia commonly associated and used of those substances, items that would show controlled substance use that would not qualify as legal drug paraphernalia at the premises. So you get Nick, he's applying for the warrant on the following grounds. 2 bullet points. The possession of the property of the things above described constitutes a crime. The property or things above described constitutes evidence which tends to show a crime has been committed or tends to show that a particular person has committed a crime. Then we get into the facts of this. And the facts, by the way, the first 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs are describing the expertise of the affiant. Your affiant is Detective QP.
Oh shit, I backed this up again. I hate when I do that. Yeah, this is the part that I skipped, and he makes like a big deal out of that, but that's standard practice to do because it's important to say there's a difference between a police officer who's had no training in spotting a drug user and the guy on his first day.
Yeah, some rookie and some dude that it's actually attended all the classes and dealt with people for long periods of time. Yeah, there is a big difference there. And he's trying to make it sound like that's weird that you would list your qualifications. That's normal in a search warrant in most places. I've seen search warrants, and there's lots of them online. A lot of them list the qualifications for what the probable cause affidavit to get the search warrant. You're supposed to say not only what you think is going on, but why you think that. And your training would be a big indicator of that.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you list that in the request for the warrant? That's stupid. That's dumb. Yeah, it's going to take up a paragraph or 2. So what? These things are fairly standardized. Maybe they don't do that in weirdo Canada, but here in the States, I don't think that's uncommon.
Yeah, in Canada, they won't look at it unless you're in blackface.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. You have to be a drama teacher.
I got us back to where we were.
The expertise of the affiant. Your affiant is Detective QP.
I'm a detective. I used to be a former small town police chief.
Why are you giving a cop in Minnesota a fucking Southern accent?
Because he's trying to make him sound stupid. And it's pathetic. Because because he's from a small town. He can't possibly have, I don't know, attended a seminar or actually dealt with meth heads.
I've taken drug training classes, people.
Yeah, and it seemed he took pretty good ones, actually.
Yeah, it seems like he was on to something.
Looks like he might have spotted the cokehead in the room. He was playing Where's Waldo, and it wasn't that hard to find. He was the only guy on the screen.
I'm a super duper expert when it comes to all this. Now, know what else he notes in his affidavit? But by the way, he has no medical expertise, psychology.
I'll take Robert.
Forensic body language
have
expertise.
If you recognize people, the effects of drugs, you don't have to be a medical doctor for that. That is so incredibly fucking dumb.
Real expertise.
When I got nervous,
those cops, I can smell marijuana 10 miles away.
Well,
that's why
he saw coke on his nose in a stream.
Yeah, he has witness statements. It's fucking ridiculous. Just because it's a small town. Typical big city lawyer. Just because somebody doesn't come from some shithole like New York City or something, they're obviously a podunk retard. Obviously, this cop was right.
Arrested you and pulled you over, son.
Since 2018, your affiant has been assigned to the detective division on a full-time basis. That's 6 years. Focusing on felony level crimes, not but not limited to criminal sexual conduct, homicide, death investigations, missing persons, yada, yada. This is
In
what
other
I
words,
got
he's not
nervous.
a drug expert. In other words, he's the local small town cop that handles whatever comes through.
And yet he got it right. Weird.
Yeah. It's almost like he would know what kind of stuff goes on in his area, what kind of drugs are popular in that area. And apparently he was accurate.
Maybe I just have too much pride, Jack. I could never do something like this seriously. I mean, if I'm putting on an act just to give somebody a hard time, taking the devil's advocate point, sure. But to keep playing this, all you're doing is reminding me that he got it right.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he is from a podunk small town, but he got it right.
He couldn't possibly know this stuff. He's just really fucking lucky. He should be out there buying lotto tickets so he doesn't have to be a cop anymore.
Yeah. It is really
But
insulting.
Notice
Look,
what else?
there are incompetent cops out there,
Sure.
but this one was apparently not one of them.
Nope.
What's he notes? He notes he's familiar with Rekieta. Kind of maybe he follows Rekieta. He admits he's familiar.
You dirty motherfucker. He said he told us why he was familiar with Rekieta.
Yeah. And it wasn't anything that Rekieta did wrong. He doesn't there was no suggestion that he's got a personal grudge against Rekieta.
He mentions that he knows him. Follows him. No, there's no indication of that. He knows him because
like there's something nefarious there.
He knows him because when Nick was swatted, it was this sheriff's department that showed up, and he was part of the response team.
Yeah, because it's the local sheriff department. Of
Fuck.
course he responded to it.
It's a small town, and somebody calling in saying that there's a weirdo who killed his whole family. I don't remember what exactly the swatting thing was for Nick, but it's usually they killed a family member. That would be big talk in a little town.
Yeah, absolutely.
Familiar with Rekieta. Kind of maybe he follows Rekieta. He admits he's familiar, and the police department is familiar because they previously, unconstitutionally, swatted Nick Rekieta based.
They swatted Nick Rekieta
That's what he said.
because they previously unconstitutionally swatted Nick.
I don't think the cops called the cops on Nick Rekieta.
I don't think that's been proven anywhere. No. And look, none of us is happy with swatting, but the police show up because they get this report that something horrible has happened. And they're not just sending grandma down there to be like, hey, did you kill your whole family?
No, obviously they should just ignore whatever reports they get because it could be a swatting call. So Family Annihilator, just ignore it because it's probably just swatting.
Yeah,
we should look into that.
I think they need to be a little calmer when they go into these situations, knowing what swatting is. And as far as I know, the swatting of Nick, it's not like they had a gun to the back of his head. He didn't wake up Keffel style.
Well, Keffels didn't wake up Keffel style.
No.
Either.
Based on false accusations against Rekieta. They admit that it's like, shouldn't you detail the history of the false unconstitutionally swatted?
Coming through, so it's going to dip, and I want to make sure we get this part because Jesus Christ, this guy is such a dirty prick. Thank you so much, Keldrick. How could a cop who's intimately familiar with what goes on in his community and who handles a wide variety of cases possibly have any understanding of local used drugs and a local celebrity? Preposterous.
I know. That's crazy talk.
No. It's all horrible because they swatted him. All right.
The cops are the ones rioting in Portland
because they previously unconstitutionally swatted Nick Rekieta based on false accusations against Rekieta.
Based on false accusations. Well, one, we all know that's what swatting is, first of all. But it's not like they knew they were false accusations until they got to Nick's house.
You are just going to keep with this hate evidence, aren't you, Monkey?
Fuck. It's just so dirty the way that he's doing this.
Of course it is. He's a lawyer.
Okay. They admit that it's like, shouldn't you detail the history of the false accusations against Rekieta in a search
They
warrant affidavit?
did. They mentioned in there that the way that they know him is because he was swatted, you stupid prick. Didn't they even use the term that he was swatted?
I believe so.
Shouldn't you point out why you know him? They did.
Nuh-uh, not good enough.
And this is the guy who
got in
thinks
trouble.
that you can't read the Constitution properly if you don't agree with him.
Well, it's not his fault that you're all stupid.
I kind of want to go see his take on locals on how to read an affidavit to see if it says, unless you agree with it, it's bullshit.
Yeah, that's probably about it. Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting, but I'm not paying money for that. Fuck that shit.
Sleepless in Minnesota says, good job on the stream, gentlemen, but I cannot listen to this moronic dribble anymore. Good night and take care. Have a good one. I get it. I get it.
Yeah, thanks for coming out and watching, but you're not
I'm
wrong.
entertained by these fucking retards, and I don't blame people who aren't, but I can't help it. It's just so asinine.
Given that it's again based on third-party fourth-hand information, and when you did that before, you violated his constitutional rights.
The swatting was based on third or fourth hand misinformation.
Yeah, because remember, he's decided that this was a telephone game.
So in Barnes's mind, somebody told somebody that Nick had killed his family, and that person called the police.
Heard it from a friend who...
Because that would be the third-hand hearsay bullshit.
No, I think he's not talking about the swatting here. I think he's talking about the priest and those guys. The preacher.
No. He was specifically talking about the swatting right there. Here, I'll back it up. Hang on, I got it. Oh, no, Q, I'm so sorry. I missed this donation. Viva running emotional defense for Nick saddens and infuriates me. Man has kids and seems to be a good father in his own right. There's simply no question of the investigation's legitimacy. Probable cause was served on a silver platter. Viva looks bad here. Yeah, him and Barnes both look really, really bad here. And I get it. People like Viva a little more. He's a nicer guy. Barnes is a prick. But neither one is better than the other in this case.
Yeah, I think they both made a lot of tragic errors here that they're not willing to admit to.
Well, yeah, here, listen to what he says. It's been cut up because I've interrupted this sentence of his about 8 times now. But here.
Unconstitutionally swatted Nick Rekieta based on false accusations against Rekieta. They admit that it's like, shouldn't you detail the history of the false accusations against Rekieta in a search warrant affidavit? Given that it's again based on third-party fourth-hand information?
Okay, maybe you're right. It's just the way he said it. All right, fair enough. Because he's saying that, yeah, you're right. He just included it in, he's got a lot of commas in that sentence instead of starting new sentences. If we were reading this, I would be ripping into him right now and you'd be telling me it's word count. I'm just saying. All right, you're right.
Well, I mean, he's gish galloping a little bit here, in my opinion, because he's throwing so much out there that it's trying to make him sound smart when he's really just obfuscating the reality of what we can see with our own eyes if we read it ourselves, which we did.
Yeah, and he switches back and forth there 3 different times between talking about the affidavit itself, then the swatting, and then back to the affidavit. Yeah. That's my fault. My bad.
That happens. Don't worry about it.
And when you did that before, you violated his constitutional rights by taking inadequate information to try to swat somebody?
By taking inadequate information to try to swat somebody.
They didn't know it was inaccurate until they went there to find out.
Yes, Nick got swatted and it was horrible. It's not something the police did to him.
Or on purpose. I mean, they weren't targeting Nick. That's fucking dumb.
What do you think? But the other thing is, so why does he watch and read and review?
Well, let me read it because I want to make sure.
Leave that out, doesn't he?
Okay, so
no, he doesn't. He He viewed it because Aaron had mentioned it, and clearly people had pointed this out to him that, this stuff is online. He even says in the affidavit, doesn't he, that Aaron mentions the 521 stream?
I believe so.
And then he went and found a copy of the 521 stream.
This is paragraph 2 of the case background. First, paragraph 1 says on May 16, 2024, someone received a report regarding possible child neglect and controlled substance use. Then we talk about the kids aged five children aged 6 to 16. The reporter indicated that 4 people from their church had gone to him reporting neglect of the children, possible control,
which is not reported that they had heard. You want to correct your little buddy right there?
Yeah, each individual of those 4 came independently to the pastor and talked to him about their concerns about child neglect and drug abuse. It does not say they all talked to each other.
Yeah, their sister told him that their friend Paul told him that Steve told him that's what Barnes would have you believe, but that's not what happened here. And Viva just gave us the proof. I mean, we'd already read it, but still.
Yeah, but he reiterated it by reading it. And they're still going to stick to this bullshit, aren't they?
Of course they are. Look, I would love nothing better for the two of them to go, oh, fuck, we are wrong. Kind of like I just did a moment ago, Jack.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, we are wrong. But that is not going to happen here.
No, it's fucking so enraging.
Ego 1 and Ego 2 here are not going to allow that to happen.
No.
Substance use.
And sorry, Viva, you're too much of a pussy to call out your friend Barnes there in any meaningful way.
And a questionable relationship with an additional couple. I don't know what a questionable relationship.
Well, I mean, listen to this.
It's meaningless. They're just telling him what was told. That's all.
They have to detail all the things that the person said.
This is your classic church lady. I don't remember Saturday Night Live, church lady.
Yep. Well,
Dana
isn't that special?
Yes, exactly.
What?
They're trying to say it's moralizing. It's not anything criminal, and that's true. But
well, that part of it, sure.
Yeah, but he still put it in the report because that's what he was told.
Although, depending on what state you're in, there are states where adultery is illegal.
Yeah, same with sodomy laws.
Yeah,
I mean, most states have repealed them, but
Katie says, God, Barnes has such a fucking ego. Yeah, I just mentioned their egos, and that's coming from me. Well, just let that sink in.
Yeah, well, you're an expert.
I am. I am an expert on having a giant ego.
Ego.
Mine is well earned, though.
Right?
I'm handsome, smart, funny, cute. I'm handsome and cute.
This is church gossip. So the pastor comes in. By the way, there is a pastor petitioner privilege in Minnesota. So the pastor is prohibited under Minnesota law from disclosing anything that he ever received directly from Nick or his wife or the kids as part of any seeking spiritual guidance. And it's specifically noted that the child neglect reporting provision is not an exception to that privilege under Minnesota law, by the way.
Yeah, but Nick didn't come to confessional for that. He didn't come and say, hey, you're my spiritual leader. Is it okay if I starve my kids? He's obfuscating again. Yep. This is bullshit. The preacher absolutely can report on this.
Not to mention, when it comes to the child neglect part, it wasn't the preacher.
Yeah.
It was a preschool teacher.
Preschool teacher.
Including the kids. Hey, that has nothing to do with the case.
I want to know why he's so set on defending people that abuse their children.
I thought you were good at reading this kind of stuff. What happened there, man? You do whole seminars on how to read this, apparently. It is really disgusting how he's just completely what's the word I'm looking for here?
Purposely misleading everyone?
Lying.
Oh, yeah. That would appear to be what he's doing.
Okay, my alert just went off and I don't see anything. So if somebody did donate, I apologize. It is not showing up for me and I will catch it when it does. All right.
Huh. I never have my alerts on because they don't fucking work.
Real
I
quick.
try. It just doesn't come on.
Katie asked, "What's a mandatory reporter or mandated reporter?" If certain people like teachers, pastors, medical professionals, if they get a report that a child is being abused, there is no kind of sanctity of the conversation. That person has to go and tell the authorities so we can get that kid to stop being abused.
And you could actually get in trouble for not reporting it.
Yeah, it's a law that says
required.
if you get evidence that that a child is being abused, you have to report it. That's what mandated reporting is.
Yeah. Thank you, Keldrick.
And
they would be defending the reports, evidence, and witnesses if it were anyone but Nick. I do believe you are correct. If this wasn't one of their friends, they would be jumping all over this person.
Oh, if this was Hunter Biden, they'd be all over it.
Yeah.
Yeah. They'd be like, this is proof. It's perfectly good proof. It's solid proof according to the 8th Amendment. I also want to point out that he said, there's no exception in the Minnesota law for the if you're getting spiritual guidance. Spiritual guidance. But if a child came to a pastor and they just said, my mom is beating me, the pastor goes and reports it. Because they're not looking for spiritual guidance in that situation, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, he is really, really misleading people on what the confidentiality is.
Yeah.
If anything, that would make the preacher an accessory to it.
Jariah says not just child abuse, but crimes like witnessing a murder or confession in church are also supposed to be reported. Yeah, when we talk about the mandated reporting, those are usually specifically laws about child abuse.
Yeah, that's typically what you see.
Yeah. You're not wrong that it can encompass more, but generally speaking, when we mention it, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, there is some variation between the states on this, but as a general rule, mandated reporting is generally about abuse of some kind.
Yeah, it's kind of like how grooming can have several different meanings, but generally when we're talking about it, we're talking about somebody who's trying to bang a kid.
Yeah.
So it raises an issue whether he was hinting at or implying he knew anything else. But so what you have is a pastor saying, well, here's our church gossip for the week. We got 4 people that came in and say, that Rekieta fella, he's walking out in the middle of sermons.
Okay, just real quick. Let's say it is that part is all church gossip. Is that the only thing in the affidavit?
Nope.
He wants to take each one of these one by one instead of looking at them as the whole.
Yeah, there's no totality here. These are individual, and they're obviously church gossip, so we should just disregard everything.
Yep.
Disregard everything being said. Yes, him getting up and walking out was part of it, but what else might have been going on at that moment? Was he looking distracted or confused? Why did he walk out? Why did that seem suspicious to someone? Because there's obviously a reason, not just like he walked out of a sermon. He must be on the drugs.
Yeah, let's not
the
talk about
preacher is around enough people. He'd be like, whatever, fuck you.
Let's not talk about the guy who said he saw track marks. We won't bring that.
We don't talk about that. No, not irrelevant.
It's just because one of them was upset that Nick was banging April.
Yes, they were upset that Nick walked out of a sermon and that he may have been in a throuple.
Yeah.
Came in and say, that Rekieta fella, he's walking out in the middle of sermons. And I think he might be having an affair.
And once again, we're back to the ridiculous Southern accent on that one.
Yeah, he's trying to make them sound like stupid yokels because they're from a small town. So they must be dumb people because they live in a small community. It can't possibly be like a professional or anything like that. No, they must be illiterate yokels with 5 teeth in their mouth that sound like they play banjos on the weekend at their incest festivals.
Hey, Robert, were the yokels right about Nick being on drugs?
Hey, fact.
All you're doing is pointing out that all of these people were spot on thinking Nick was doing drugs.
Yeah, they were right on pretty much everything. Maybe they had ulterior motivations. I don't know, but they were correct.
They were right.
I don't understand what why he's not grasping this.
The bottom
What
line
does
is,
this have to do?
Well, because if we bring that part up, it shows that his friend actually probably deserves to go to jail,
Yeah.
and
His
that he's an
friend is-
idiot.
Yeah, and that his hot takes were wrong because they found the drugs and the abuse. So apparently. So yeah, look, maybe more will come out at trial, but until it does, he is wrong on most of what he's saying, at least.
Yeah.
Some things are half right, I would argue, but there's enough there that he's obviously trying to be deceptive about it to cover for his buddy. And it's fucking disgusting.
Yes, Faithless, exactly. That has been my point all along. So obvious, even the yokels could see it.
Yeah. Which, if you've ever been in a community, like a tight-knit community of like a family or anything like that, and somebody's doing drugs, they'll fucking know. They're all like, yeah, that's because of Billy. He shoots up the smack.
Right? All right.
With a criminal, a warrant, probable cause. That's not. You can walk out on a sermon. You can do what you want between consenting adults.
The warrant wasn't granted because he walked out on sermons and was banging April, you fucking retard.
Yeah, but he'll do anything to change the topic, to distract you from the reality of it.
Yeah.
It's really disgusting, honestly. This is why people hate lawyers.
Yeah, this is just plain lying. This isn't even like splitting hairs. This is just lying.
Why is that even in the warrant?
but and people had said, "Oh my goodness, the 4 children reported him," and I was like, "Oh, I didn't see that." I'm going to read it again. The reporter indicated. So I don't know if the reporter is the pastor, but the reporter indicated.
Yeah, we know that from the other affidavit.
Okay, so the reporter says 4 people came to him reporting neglect of the children, possible use of drugs, and a questionable relation. So 4 people go to the pastor. The pastor then goes to this guy, QP, and this.
He's gonna make me do it, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
I didn't want to. I could even use his own fucking Twitter to do it if I wanted to, but we'll do it this way instead. This notion that he's presenting right here is just false. What he's trying to suggest right here is that it was the pastor who had heard from the kids that this was, or that the kids told somebody, and that somebody went and told the pastor. That's not what's alleged. That's not at all what's alleged. The children, oh shit, it made me take that off the screen to do this. The children went and told the preschool teacher that they were not being fed. That is where the children, it says it right here. He's reading this part up here, I think it is. But right here, it was reported from a church preschool teacher that the children had complained. The children had complained about being hungry, not being fed, and wearing the same clothes for 3 to 4 days at a time, and would start to smell. There's no part of that is like, yeah, they told somebody who told somebody. It is the children reporting it directly to the preschool teacher. If you guys are right, why you got to lie on it? Yeah, it's making me switch instead of just being able to jump to it because I have my own copy of it, and it's not in the same window. Fuck
yeah.
It. But anyway, yeah. So he's just wrong here. Don't worry, they'll teach you how to read affidavits.
This guy goes to a judge and then says this is the basis that 4 people complained of potential neglect. I want to.
Listen. By the way, remember, folks, it's called probable cause of a crime, not possibility of a crime.
The children saying that they're not fed is probable cause, you fucking retard. No, it can't just be that John from down the street has decided you're an asshole, so he goes to the police and says, hey, this guy is beating his wife, and there's absolutely no evidence of me beating my wife, and so they get a search warrant for it. again, this is part of the problem with them trying to do this, to compartmentalize each one of these sources that they were just making fun of a minute ago.
Yep.
Oh, you guys are dirty douchebags.
By the way, one of the things that I did notice is that in the application for the warrant, the thing about Nick walking out randomly during sermons goes to behavioral changes, because it said another individual advised the reporter that Nicholas would walk out randomly during sermons at church and have noticed behavioral changes in him.
Yeah.
So it kind of sounds to me like he's leaving and coming back and acting weird.
Well, even if it's not that, I mean, him getting up and leaving could be part of the changes in behavior.
Yeah, because it's abnormal. And is he acting distracted? Is he acting out of character? Plus the weight loss.
It could also be that is the most pressing thing of his behavioral changes that he could think of at the time.
Yeah.
So it's not just him getting up and leaving church the way that Barnes is trying to make this sound.
Yeah. It's not just church gossip. It's disgusting how he's trying to pull this shit. It really is enraging.
It's just them damn old yokels who don't like the person getting out of their church. Shut up. I'm going to drop
We
the
don't like you carrying around here, mister. That's what he's trying to... Oh.
Before this is over, it's going to end up a Rumble exclusive because I'm going to call this man an F slur.
Yeah, probably.
I'm trying hard not to, but it's getting worse and worse. I just want to remind y'all that this is in regards to children being neglected.
Yeah, he's trying to obfuscate that fact very hard. That he's focusing on the drug angle, but really not so much on the kids being abused.
Not maybe. I think possibly could have happened.
Well, the problem.
Monkey. Did we lose Monkey? Oh dear. Everyone in their vicinity observed them being junkies and just put it in nicer words. Yeah, pretty much.
Son of a bitch. I was here. I just was muted. I was like, why can't you hear me? Fuck. Anyway.
You're muted, silly.
Yeah, that'll do it. Anyway, back to these two retards.
Problem is this, and people are going to say, look, I've watched Rekieta get stupid, sloppy, slurred speech drunk on stream. Seen him done terrible things on the stream. Okay.
Seen him have Coke on his nose on stream.
No, that was a glare. That was
a glare. Yeah.
Glaringly obvious batch of Coke.
Yeah, he actually needed to powder his nose to get rid of that glare. That's the real problem.
Yeah, it was actual powder. It was just talcum powder.
Fucking idiot.
Right. Also not illegal. To be drunk at home is not illegal. To be drunk during the time, there's no evidence that has any impact on the children. So that by itself, he mentions this, and it's like that's not evidence of criminality. We'll get there.
But listen to this. Your affiant knows personally of these personalities, talking about the Rekieta and the Steel Toe Morning Show, which used to be.
How does he know of these people? What does that tell you about this cop?
He listened to their show.
Yeah. How did he know the show that was played in this place where he lived?
Yeah. Why does this man have a radio? Why does he have internet access? He's a dumb yokel.
Then maybe what I said on Sunday, that the way this cop wrote that probable cause detention warrant suggested bias. And here he is saying, oh,
I think we should lock him up because we found a bunch of Coke at his house. That definitely sounds biased to me.
Yeah, that's son of a bitch. How dare he say such things?
Personally know these people. How do you personally know?
I never heard of Steel.
He didn't say he personally knows them. He said he knows of them.
Yeah, says he knows who they are. That's not saying we're besties and we hang out. And the fact that Viva doesn't know who they are. First of all, you're a fucking Canadian. So why would you know American small town radio personalities who went on to be internet personalities?
We'll get there, but listen to this. Your affiant knows personally of these personalities.
Of these personalities.
Yes. He even said the words for you, and you can't get it.
They don't want to. That's the entire thing. They'll do anything to discredit people that are mean to their buddy.
You know of them. That's proof of a conspiracy.
Well, you must have been roommates in college, and they're just crafting narratives here that don't make any sense.
It's not like Nick was fucking his wife.
About the Rekieta and
Yeah,
the Steel
how
Toe
is
Morning
that?
Show, which
How-
used to be.
How does he know of these people? What does that tell you about this cop?
Wait.
That maybe what I said on
Let him finish what he was saying there, Barnes.
No, because it disproves what he's saying.
Because he was just about to say that they had a fucking radio show in that area.
Yeah.
We read this. So, I mean, yeah. How would he know of them? That's like saying, wait, you know the weather girl?
You know the local TV news anchors? How do you know these people?
I've never heard of them in Canada.
Yeah. Or in Florida when they're local Minnesota personalities.
Jesus.
on Sunday that the way this cop wrote that
You
probable
are such a
cause
fat
detention
prick.
warrant suggested bias. And here you're saying, "Oh, I personally know these people." How do you personally know?
I never heard of Steel Toe. I don't know if they're left or right. But I've
Total loser dude that sort of grifted his way into the Rekieta world, and then his wife, he believes his wife left him for Rekieta.
I mean, he only believes that because she left him and went to Rekieta's house and has been there since. But
Yeah.
you're
She,
right.
like, moved in. That's
He doesn't know it for sure.
yeah. What a fucking stupid argument.
Jesus. Reaching so hard. I get it. You lawyers got to say alleged and all that stupid shit, but come on, dude.
But you don't get to add words like personally.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Which
Or,
the officer never said.
in fairness, he left out a word there. No, of them personally. Which changes the meaning of that sentence completely.
Look, that you're being silly. How could it possibly change that? Don't you know that I'm a famous lawyer?
And he's had almost no success in the social media world
That
until
part's
Rekieta.
true.
And now he's grifted mad on Rekieta. He's doing like, by the way, the idiot is admitting crimes on a daily basis.
That is true. He is an idiot. He is in I don't want to say grifting. I mean, he's using his 15 minutes of fame, and grifting, it gets so misused.
Yeah.
Grifting is literally a con. That's where the term comes from. It's con artists. Small-time con artists are grifters. He's not grifting off of the Knicks situation. Okay, maybe it applies to him because I don't believe any of his prowess with women that he's trying to push off.
No, that's a bit over the top.
Yeah, what he's doing is milking the situation, and those are different. He's just milking it.
Because he's too dim-witted to understand the nature of the law. While he's out there attacking, he was sicking his audience on me and other people. The saying, "Oh, LawTube is just defending Nick Rekieta." Pal, you're bad.
Many of them have backed off of it, especially after the search warrant affidavit came out today.
Yeah.
But-
That should tell you something that the majority of them are like, let's dial this back a bit.
See if you can catch the arrogance. See if you can catch the arrogance.
I've been catching
he was
nothing
sicking-
but arrogance here.
To understand the nature of
comes.
the law. While he's out there attacking, he was sicking his audience on me and other people. The saying, "Oh, LawTube is just defending."
Sicking his audience on me and other people. You just mean LawTube. So it wasn't sicking him on you. He was sicking him on LawTube. Me.
It's all about him. He's
Nick
special, don't you?
Oh, he is special. If they told me he rode a bus and left saliva on the window as a child, I would not be shocked.
Look, those windows were delicious. He has independent, verifiable proof of that.
It tastes like hair.
Anybody that says otherwise is clearly just telling small town church gossip.
Did Barnes just say Aaron's online behavior is dangerous and still thinks it isn't the same for Nick? Yeah.
Stop
No.
noticing things.
In fairness, so far, Nick has not come out and said, yeah, I did coke, which Aaron has. Aaron admitted to doing coke and mollies. He admitted to drug crimes on stream.
Well, look, there's a lot of not smart going around this.
It really is.
Pal, you're as bad at social media as you are at law. Stick in your lane, and you should probably take your own advice. He's telling Nick, keep your mouth shut. Pal, you probably should too.
Well, Rekieta,
Okay, they finally got something right on here.
Yeah.
Rekieta
don't
should
admit
be
crimes on a daily basis.
Rekieta should be keeping
guy
his mouth
doesn't realize what he's doing.
Yeah, I'm going to read this so that it'll quell people's concerns. Your affiant knows personally these are personalities of the Steel Toe Morning Show. Ah, cripe, what's going on? Hold on, sorry, something just came up. He knows that these are personalities of the Steel Toe Morning Show, which used to be Insane Cloud, Minnesota radio. However, as of recent years, the show has been a social media entertainment show, strictly online based. It was reported that the Imholtz may have been staying with the Rekietas, and the home was in disarray and cluttered. It was reported from
cluttered. That's guess what else, Nate the lawyer? That too is not probable cause of a crime.
No, but when taken with everything else, it may be a sign of neglect, douche.
Yeah. Or drugs, because, druggies aren't exactly the cleanest people.
Well, let's see. The children are saying that they're unfed, and people are noticing they're wearing the same clothes over and over, and that they stink. Does then it become relevant that the house is a mess?
Nope. Stinky kids, not cause for concern. They're just stinky kids.
A bunch of people whose profession is running their mouths telling each other they should shut the fuck up. The reason people are saying that they should shut the fuck up, look, I hope Aaron doesn't shut up, but he really should stop admitting to crimes online.
No, let him do it. Fuck it. Let these people all burn themselves down.
Yeah, that's fair. Although in his case, even if they went and investigated him, hey, you said this right here, he can go, I was just joking, and unless they have something else of proof of the crime, it's not going to hurt him.
Yeah, they have to have some. He has to really fuck up and play some video or something.
Yeah, you should not admit crimes on stream, but there are different levels of how bad it's going to be if you do.
Yeah,
like all it, and I know I've used this example so much because I just like ripping on Tate, but if Andrew Tate never gets charged in Romania like he is, or soon in Britain when he's done with all of this, what he said on stream, yeah, he admitted criminal behavior, but it didn't harm him at all. It wasn't until the legal charges came down, like, whoop, this matches up with everything they're saying you did, that it became a problem.
Yeah.
So you can admit crimes online. You shouldn't, but
it's dumb.
Yeah, there's a good chance, depending on what crime it is, that you'll get away with it.
No, it's like, Nick, I've said this before. Like, I can imagine I'll steelman Rekieta justifying what I believe is addiction. He'll say, look, I'm doing it at a time when the kids are sleeping. We've got a second. My wife can take care of the kids if I'm dysfunctional, and I can drink and do what I want because that's what the crowd wants. I can understand that. To say in the it's in disarray and cluttered. That's it. Not like the kids are sleeping in shit. Not like the diapers haven't been changed, although the kids are not in diapers. It's in disarray and cluttered. Listen to this.
The nexus that's required to allege a crime of child endangerment. For constitutional reasons, this is the Fifth Amendment.
The children said they weren't being fed.
And a cluttered household would, again, go to more evidence that there's something going on.
God bless legally mindset people on his crew. They struggle to understand all the Constitution, but the Fifth Amendment one they particularly didn't understand. Fifth Amendment is your fundamental right. It's the most fundamental right recognized by the U.S. Supreme Court to care, custody, and control of your child. Why does that matter? That limits what laws the state can pass to invade that relationship, including what conduct they can criminalize. What's fascinating?
Not feeding your children is not an exception. Sorry. It's not like the Constitution says, hey, they're your kids. You can do whatever you want. Go ahead and not feed them. It's fine.
Fascinating to me about all of this is how completely out of touch a large number of these people in LawTube are. The reason, if now I happen to do a cross section of these areas of law for a quarter century, so I admit I may have a distinct familiarity with this.
You get that? It's just by happenstance. He knows much more about this than you do.
Well, everybody's a dummy but him.
The first time I ever mentioned the Constitution, family court. I was like, Judge, there's constitutional issues in the family court. Judge said, Constitution? Constitution? What does the Constitution have to do with it? It's like, that was my introduction to family court.
I have to step away for a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's fine. That he loves these stories where they don't actually have anything to do with anything. I don't care if you've mentioned the Constitution in literally every case you've ever done, and every sentence you said in them started with the Constitution. You're wrong here. That's just true.
It's the core aspect that defines the limits of all law, civil and criminal, because it concerns the fundamental right of parents to control, care, and custody of their children. So that means in order for the state to criminalize some behavior of a parent with a child, there must be a nexus to harm to the child.
You mean like not feeding them and sending them out dirty to the point of stinking? No, it can't be that. It can't be that. You actually have to kill him. Is that it? No, he'd probably find a constitutional reason why it was okay to kill your kids too. No, the Constitution doesn't say that you can't murder your children, so therefore it is constitutionally legal. I'm not doing a deep enough Southern draw to be insulting, am I? Jesus Christ, this guy's a douchebag.
And usually it's substantial harm of an emotional or physical kind that is sufficient to criminally punish and prosecute someone for how they engage in care, custody, and control of the child.
By the way, I've already shown you guys the Minnesota law on this. Unless Barnes wants to challenge that on constitutional grounds, this fits. It fits. In fact, the one that Kayla is specifically charged with, the first part of it, it's just the potential for harm to the child. It's just the potential for neglect. It's neglect or the potential for it. Christ.
You have to constantly have that nexus. You can't have they're doing something over here that you
can I also point out, just because he says Constitution all the time doesn't mean it applies. That judge that he talked about a moment ago, he said, what does Constitution have to do with that? Notice he didn't tell us how the judge ruled in that constitutional objection. Wonder why that is. You can run around and say, there are people who believe that according to the Constitution that they can only go in front of a fucking admiral if they're charged with a crime. Doesn't make it real.
Prove of if you don't show it directly causing emotional and physical harm to the child. And that needs to be alleged in the affidavit to meet probable cause.
Well, it is alleged in the affidavit. Literally, the children weren't being fed. Maybe you don't consider, given your girth, you probably think that not being fed is neglect, but apparently not for kids.
Yeah, talking about things they know outside of the affidavit. That doesn't matter. It's what's in the affidavit.
And well, I'll get to what many people.
You've ignored most of what's in the affidavit. You've ignored most of it so that you can nitpick each individual part as though it's not part of the greater whole. This guy is hard to listen to, Monkey. I get it, but I enjoy making fun of these guys. Sometimes I go on longer than people want. So if you duck out, I understand. I appreciate you being here. But yeah, you're right. I really like dummies, though.
People are arguing is the crux of it. This is at page 2. It was reported from a church preschool teacher that the children had complained of being hungry.
Wait, you just told us that they didn't complain. I wonder if he's going to correct himself. Let's see.
Not fed and wearing the same clothes for 3 to 4 days at a time and would start to smell.
Now, listen to that, by the way. Let's take that statement apart, which is being misconstrued broadly on the subject.
Ooh, we're misunderstanding it. I can't wait.
It was reported from a church preschool teacher. We don't know if that's their.
Now, what's the first problem with that?
It was
what should highlight to you? So we know 2 facts from the search warrant affidavit. One, the kids are aged 6 to 16. Second, they say this is a church preschool teacher.
Well, so that's the question I had, is that this preschool teacher might not even be the kids' teachers, but they're homeschooling. So there might be some, I don't know, familiarity.
That's not included in the affidavit.
It doesn't have to be their teacher. Just saying.
Note. Why isn't that included in the affidavit?
Maybe it's
Is it
not
because it would raise questions about the church preschool teacher as a source, right? And here again,
What question does that raise about her as a source? It's not their preschool teacher. Okay. How does that change anything? Seriously, the children were reporting. We'll use their take of it. It's not their preschool teacher. They don't even know these kids. And the kids told them that they're not being fed. What's questionable there?
the actual source is not the children. The actual
source is the children there. The actual source is the children. That's what source means, where it started. The actual source is the children. The fuck are you talking about? You can't be this bad with words.
source is not the teacher. The actual source is not even the pastor. The actual source is the cop reporting what he says the pastor said about what he says the church preschool teacher said.
No. That says nothing about the preschool teacher reporting it to the pastor. It is a whole separate part.
About what they say the kids said. But it's not identified when they said it, the context they said it, where they said it. Was it all of them? Were all 5 children, 6 to 16, sitting in preschool together at the same time?
And Robert, this.
I've argued with people who argue like this, and it's annoying as shit. It might have been. It might have been that all 5 of them at different times, or even at one time, went and told this teacher. What the fuck does that matter? How many of them were saying, "Hey, we're not being fed"? Doesn't matter, you fucking idiot. But how many of them? It's impossible for 5 kids to get together and talk to somebody. That's insane. Are you kidding? I'd be the preschool teacher. Ha ha ha.
This is a clue here, by the way, to all of this. But we'll get to it in a second.
Well, no, and I'm going to play not devil's advocate, but just the advocate. A lawyer's going to come in here and say, look, I was talking about this with my wife. 20% of Canadian children report going hungry. So
they didn't report going hungry. They reported being hungry and not being fed. Those are different. This is why I brought it up earlier. Most people with kids have had this situation. You might have one of those weird kids who doesn't eat that much. We had one. But you will deal with a child who you literally just fed, and they'll look at you and go, "I'm hungry." And you're like, "No, you're not. You just want food." That's a different thing.
You're just trying to get fat.
Yeah. Flint Dragoon, thank you so much for the donation with no message. I appreciate it. Thank you. There's a difference between a kid going, "I'm hungry," and a kid saying, "I haven't been fed." Those are different.
Especially after like a couple days, the hunger pangs start kicking in. They're obviously in distress.
And let's not forget, the children literally stank.
Yeah, stanky children are a big giveaway that something ain't right at home. If your kids smell, should probably do something about that. Like hose them off a little bit, you know.
Viva just said 20% of Canadians say that their children complain of hunger. How many of them complain of their children stinking?
Yeah, and what the fuck does a Canadian statistic have anything to do with this anyway?
What does that statistic have to do with anything in the first place?
That's what I'm saying. It's irrelevant.
Even if 99.9999999 repeating percent of children say it, and it's totally untrue in all of those cases, it doesn't mean it's untrue here.
Yeah.
Keldrick,
Yep.
thank you. I'm a janitor. I don't teach anybody. If any child came to me with these kinds, or with what these kids came to the preschool teacher with, I would be required to report it. It literally does not matter how the mandated reporter is related to the kids making the report. True, but don't tell these two idiots.
Yeah, because they'll find a reason that their friend is totally innocent of all these charges. Never mind the evidence that was actually found. It was wrong to go investigate him because Nick is such a good friend. That's all I'm hearing here.
Yeah. Q, well, don't forget the Eighth Amendment. He's a big fan of that. Q,
yeah.
thank you. The pastor's report may itself largely be hearsay, but the officer built a solid probable cause foundation from numerous sources, including voluntarily uploaded footage from Nick himself. I suspect there's actually more than the usual amount of evidence. Yeah, they're trying to pretend that, again, they're trying to jump to the trial phase where it's innocent until proven guilty, and that is just not the standard for probable cause.
Not at all. And there is enough circumstantial evidence based on just the videos Nick uploaded that there's something weird going on in that house. And then you take the totality of the circumstances, independent people coming up to a mandated reporter saying something funny going on. You see the videos, you look at 6 months ago and how his physicality has changed dramatically and his behavior has changed.
Yeah, Katie says it's pretty easy to tell if someone's on drugs. People at work could tell I was when I was an addict 3 years ago. Congratulations on getting clean. Also,
Absolutely.
This guy is so retarded, he should go work for Hunter. They'd be perfect together. When my wife worked at a place, I'm not going to get any more specific than that. There was one girl there who everybody was asking, what are you on? You need to get off it. And you know what she said, Jack? I'm not on anything.
Yeah, because drug addicts lie.
She ended up losing her kids for several years because her and her husband were running a meth lab out of their house.
What?
Drug addicts,
no, that's impossible.
Drug addicts always think nobody can tell.
Oh, yeah, because they're convinced that they're geniuses 90% of the time. Look, there are some people that can hide it. Most can't, because eventually, as the addiction progresses, you start to devolve, and you start taking less care of yourself. You don't pay attention to your kids. You get into the throes of addiction. It's really awful to watch. And the apologetics for this behavior is not helping Nick at all. In fact, it's enabling him.
I would argue that these people can't hide it. They can hide it for a little while. It depends on how far down that rabbit hole they get.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there are some people that are pretty good at hiding it, but as time passes.
But it also depends on how much interaction you have with them before and after they've started.
Mm-hmm.
It depends. Like if you've worked with somebody for 10 years and they've been getting high the whole time, you might not notice they're high because you've always seen them like that.
Yeah.
But if the first 5 years they were clean and in year 6 they start doing blow, you're gonna notice a difference, especially if you're working with them 8 hours a day.
Yeah, or if you go to church with them once a week or 2 or 3 times a week, whatever social interactions you have, if you're around somebody long enough, you start to notice when something's different.
Is Nick being exposed as a child abuser? The abuse that we've seen actually written down is just neglect. It's not physical abuse, although it is hinted to in Kayla's charge. But no, as far as we know, it's child neglect, which is child abuse. But it's not like there's video of him beating his kid or something.
Let's just say that they have financial problems.
Your kids are. Who knows? I mean, everybody's ever had kids said that they're hungry. How many times have they been on
hungry and dirty? Hungry and dirty. Like
your kids tell you they're hungry and dirty? You might want to wash your kids more, dude. Jack, I was a dirty child. I like to play outside and roughhouse and all that stuff. And my mom would force me, hey, you need to take a bath. I don't want to. Get your ass in the bathtub. Maybe Canadian kids just stink. I haven't been to Canada, so maybe they're like Amish people and they just fucking stink. There is a lot of French people up there.
Yeah, well, the French have a aura of protection around them called stank cloud. It's like Pigpen from Peanuts.
If you have kids,
no, here's the second part. Listen to that.
Was he about to say if you have kids, they stink?
Mm-hmm.
My children didn't stink. We bathed them. We taught them how to bathe themselves, so when they got old enough, they could bathe themselves.
Well, in Canada, it's really cold, so they don't want to do that much moving around. So the kids have to learn to bathe themselves and fight off grizzly bears.
What about the wearing the same clothes for 3 to 4 days at a time? Are we gonna just skip over that when we're talking about how they stink?
It's probably part of why they stink. I mean,
Probably.
they probably had to sleep in those clothes because some of those kids are probably too young to be able to do it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So they complained about smelly clothes because they hadn't changed. 6 to 16 years of age. So are 16-year-olds incapable of changing their own clothes?
Nobody said it was that one.
Are you really blaming the child here?
Yeah, he's victim blaming. And again, the 16-year-old probably can change their own clothes, but the little ones probably can't.
That those little fuckers aren't cleaning themselves? Well, let's see. Where would the breakdown be in that? Oh yeah, that'd be their parents.
And a 6-year-old that can't change themselves, who would they talk to about that? I don't know, maybe a preschool teacher.
Thank you, save yourself. It's a specious argument. An attentive parent, i.e., not an addict, recognizes when their child needs food or to be cleaned, etc. Yeah. But I mean, they're just going out of their way to make it sound ridiculous. And what's actually ridiculous is the notion that children are always hungry and stink. That's just insane.
Like, share, and subscribe, everybody. Oh dear God.
All right. Well, we don't know. Let's assume the worst. Although it doesn't say.
If you take apart that statement doesn't really make any sense. It's implied to make a judge reading it quickly without thinking it through and doing a cross check of there's 3 and 4-year-olds going to a preschool who are starving and have no clothes.
Well, but
the affidavit, because you even brought it up, specifically mentions that the children are 6 to 16. It's to make the judge, who's dumb as shit, by the way, think we're talking about 3-year-olds.
Well, I mean, it's another yokel. Obviously, they're stupid. They live out in the middle of nowhere. The judgeship is just assigned randomly through a pool. Everybody in town picks a thing out of the hat every year, and that's their job for the year. That's how it's done in Dummyville.
Where do they list the ages on here?
The elitism here is really disgusting. If I didn't know these guys were more conservative leaning, I would think that they're leftists.
Yeah.
Because they talk like elitists.
Yeah, I just made sure. The 6 to 16-year-old part is in the paragraph directly before this paragraph. Hey, this is designed to make the judge think that they're 3 and 4-year-olds in preschool.
Well, the judge is a woman, so you can like impress them with cheese. So maybe they coated it in a cheese scent, and then we're like, let's put some glitter on to make it shiny, so that her little girl brain can't figure it out because all these people are dummies. Fucking assholes, man.
Maybe it was the judge because she's drinking vagina juice or something that Nick said, thought that they were 3-year-olds despite it saying no younger than 6. It's that buttery vagina juice. She drugged herself with her own vagina juice.
Well, I mean, usually they're immune, but I suppose that could happen.
Oh.
Question I had can't apply here because all the kids are 6 or older, and it doesn't even make sense when you just apply logic to it.
Hey, Mr. Barnes, are there a lot of 6-year-olds who are running washing machines? That little fucking bastard should have been doing his own laundry. I really am starting to hate this man.
So, how can it be 16-year-olds can change themselves, and they routinely do? So here's my guess. My guess.
What about the other children? And yeah, a 6-year-old can dress themselves. They don't typically do their own laundry. But let's only concentrate on the 16-year-old. You wouldn't be trying to, do what you just accused the cop of trying to do and poisoning this well a little bit, are you? Viva's a genuinely nice guy from everything I've seen of him. Barnes is a blowhard egomaniac. Viva's a pussy. I'm just going to say it. He is a fucking pussy, because there are parts of this where you can see he has a little bit of a problem with what Barnes is saying. He's too much of a bitch to actually stand up and say it.
This is a statement. Notice also he separates that statement, right? He doesn't put it right up next to where the pastor's talking in general.
Because it's a different thing. Isn't this a guy that's going to teach us how to read these?
Yeah. For money, yeah.
There are several different reports. And notice he didn't put it up there next to the pastor.
He removes it.
Well, but Robert,
my guess is this is something that's years old.
Well, I was just
a statement made from 6 years ago.
I was just about to say it, is that it's also temporally not specified. It was reported from a church preschool teacher that the children had complained of being hungry, not fed, and were when.
And noted, it was reported. All of a sudden.
Within the confines of this case.
It had to have been a bunch of people recently telling the preacher,
yes,
it would have been irrelevant.
Yeah, 30 years ago, they came and told me their kids weren't fed. And so I had to immediately report that to the police. Jesus Christ.
And authorship is gone.
Right, again, this is getting into the they want the definitive proof rather than the probable cause.
Yeah.
It's the passive. It just happens. It was reported. Who did it?
And maybe the pastor told him this, or maybe the pastor didn't even tell him this, right? In other words, that you see, he's sticking in there. Okay, how can I get something that sounds scary to a judge, right? I'll have him have the image of 3-year-olds starving and without clothes and without basic care.
Yeah, he wanted them to think it was 3-year-olds. That's why he said they were 6 to 16.
Well, again, the judge was distracted by the smell of cheese.
And I'll put this statement in knowing that some judges are too lazy, or like a lot of people on social media, run with that statement without putting any logic to it or common sense.
It's not.
No logic to it, like saying the kids didn't report it. I mean, you just said they reported it, which your friend over here on the left said they didn't report, which is his reading of it, even though it literally says they complained about it. You guys are so bad at this.
Oh, they're just trying so hard to run interference for their friend.
It's straight at conspiracy time now. Oh, it has been. The conspiracies actually started on last night's show when they tried insinuating it's just the corrupt county judge, prosecutor, and sheriff's department. This is just Rambo, is what it is. Nick is Rambo. The bad police are just out to get him for being a Vietnam vet.
Yeah, they don't like his kind around here.
Thank you, Dangerous Spaces. I was a Sunday school teacher. At times, we were around the kids of every age/grade. And if the 16-year-old has to do things like the kid's laundry, unless the parent is sick, indicates neglect. It depends. Sometimes kids are given chores, especially by 16. Helping with the laundry being part of the chores, I don't have a problem with that. That's not necessarily neglect. I get what you're saying. It can indicate it. But back in the day, you were helping when you were 10 plow the fucking field. But we're talking about a 6-year-old. If we're talking about a preschool teacher, what is likely happening here is that they are a Sunday school teacher there, and that's how this came to be. Again, it's just speculation because we don't know for sure. Chances are they're dealing with the younger kids. Barnes wants to make it the 16-year-old.
Yeah, well, we don't know. Maybe that 16-year-old is cognitively disabled.
Could be.
I mean, I don't know anything about Nick's kids, so maybe that teenager is got some serious issues that somebody has to help them do everything. So it's pretty bold assessment to make pronounced statements about these children when Barnes knows nothing about them either, from what I can tell.
It should at least raise questions, especially with everything else. Yeah, dangerous. Again, everything needs to be taken in totality and not just individual things.
Temporally specified. They had reported in the
Even
past.
the authorship is not specified. And it doesn't make sense.
Did you expect them to say in the future they're going to do it?
Yes, the distant future.
They had. He's very stuck on that. They had. Wow, shit. They should have wrote, they will.
Sense on its face. People are saying, oh, their teacher reported. Really? The 16-year-old was in preschool? The 16-year-old was in preschool. The 14-year-old was in preschool. Even the 6-year-old ain't in preschool. So
you don't know that for sure. You can be in preschool at 6.
Yeah.
But Barnes, not in Barnes's world, that things like that, kids who develop slower, that nobody's ever held back because of slower development.
Yeah, plus it's like church preschool, so maybe they didn't have enough kids because there's a small church for everybody, like for first grade, so they just combined them.
Yeah. The kids were being homeschooled through the church. That's what I thought happened, because it's not like there's different kinds of homeschooling. There's groups of homeschooling where it's actually one of the parents does all of the teaching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're part of a collective of different homes, like an association.
Yeah.
So preschool is for 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. So this is a giveaway that this statement doesn't even really make sense.
That's not true.
So on its
depends when the kid was born. If the kid was born late in the year, then they're going to go to school when they're 6 and not 5.
Yep.
That's absolutely retarded. He's an idiot.
face.
Well, but and this is the statement that people are running with to say the 4 complainants were the kids, or the 4 reporters were the kids.
Nobody's saying the 4 reporters were the kids. Them saying that the kids reported isn't saying that there was nobody else.
Yeah, there's probably some dumbasses on Twitter saying that, or X. The no reasonably logical person that paid attention to what this said thinks that the children were the reporters. It clearly states the pastor had parishioners coming up to him and telling him things. The preschool teacher heard from one of the children. You know what? The teacher probably knows these kids from when they were younger, too. So maybe the kid was like, I know her. Maybe she'll buy us a cheeseburger.
Yep. By the way, with this preschool teacher, if they got the report, do you know who you're supposed to go, if you're the teacher, who you're supposed to go report stuff to? It's the administrators of the school who take it to the police. And in a religious school, that would be, the pastor. So all of their nonsense, I'm just tired of their nonsense, and they're trying to split hairs and obfuscate, fuck that word, clouding the issue.
That's absolutely what they've been doing this entire time, is just clouding the issue to protect running interference for their friend.
Who was neglecting his children, getting high, and banging some other dude's wife.
Yeah.
And yes, only 2 of those 3 are illegal, but I can still judge him for the 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, morally. Granted, she wasn't too bad looking.
No, I mean, fuck it, if he wants to do it.
It was reported from a school teacher that the children had previously complained about being hungry, not fed, and that was relayed to either directly to the affiant or through the pastor to the affiant. Okay, that's as bad as it gets.
So it is not sufficient. For example, this has been litigated.
Yeah, independently, that is not sufficient by itself. But is this an ongoing issue that they keep telling the teacher about? Is that enough, combined with the other 3 people that have reported, and the preacher, and what other information that the officer was able to gather? Stop trying to make it, this entire thing hinges on one fact. That's just not the case. This is so asinine.
Every bit of this is, only this is what the affidavit was. Only this part. And it's absolutely absurd. By the way, they did find drugs.
the lawyer hasn't spent any time researching it, nor has any of these other people done it. So the Pennsylvania Supreme Court some years ago, I've had reason to be researching Pennsylvania cases.
The Pennsylvania Supreme Court has no bearing in the Minnesota judicial system.
They're not the same federal jurisdiction either. So,
but no, it's been litigated. But okay,
like the Pennsylvania Supreme Court made a probable cause determination because here's what happens. It's such a scandal. This is also people that don't understand child welfare and how they abuse power all over the place. That they're missing the.
He can't even not cloud his own goddamn story.
Yeah, like I have seen CPS's powers in action. They have unbelievable powers.
True.
And do they abuse them? Absolutely. Did they in this case? No, because CPS wasn't involved in this.
Remember, yeah, you get that. This has already been litigated. The Supreme Court in an entirely different state had ruled on that. I had to look this up recently. By the way, you guys just don't understand, child. Get to the point, dickhead. Why do you have to dress it all up? Just give us the case.
Because he's full of shit. That's why.
I do wonder if he'll actually get to it. Let's see.
Contact. They're so obsessed with Nick, they're utterly ignoring the much bigger threat to the world of
ISIS.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't care about Nick's kids being abused because China exists. What? I don't understand your point there. I hate that argument, by the way. You should care about bigger things. You go care about them. I'm going to care about this.
Yeah.
Government abuse of constitutional power, and especially how rogue child welfare agencies are. In New York, it was so bad that it led to massive federal civil rights lawsuits and the rest.
Yeah,
but here's what happened in Pennsylvania.
Again, what does that have to do with fucking anything? What does that have to do with the price of tea in China, you asshole?
To explain why this is a thing regarding Minnesota, we're going to talk about Pennsylvania, but we're going to take a detour to New York first. This is Barnes' Neglect Across America tour.
Apparently.
Jesus.
Someone were called in, so it was a firsthand hearsay. Second, it was based on firsthand observation. Saw a kid hadn't been fed all day, and the parent they complained about was a parent that had a documented record of child neglect. And based on that, they did a search warrant. Yeah, and well, first they went to the house, they were refused entry, and then got a search warrant. Guess what the Pennsylvania Supreme Court said? No way that meets Fourth Amendment standards.
Is that the only thing alleged here, is that somebody saw that the child hadn't been fed for a day? And that Nick had a history of child neglect? Because as I recall, drugs were brought up repeatedly.
Yeah, and it kind of hurts his own argument here because he's implying that maybe Nick's abused his kids before.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he doesn't feed them all the time, and it's been no problem.
All right.
Like, not a chance. And there you had firsthand observation, criminal record, and they at least attempted a first intervention for further investigation.
What does that have to do with this case at all? I genuinely don't get it. And I understand he's trying to cloud this stuff. He's trying to make it as murky as possible. But that literally has nothing to do with this.
Hey, Vic.
So the Minnesota Supreme Court, like everywhere.
And by the way, I don't know if he'll say this. We'll have to find out. That could also be the probable cause rules in Pennsylvania. They're different.
Yes.
As long as they still, excuse me, as long as they still abide by the Constitution, you can limit things even further. You can have even more stringent rules.
What? You're crazy.
I know. He's got his law degree. I just have my GED. So take his word for it, because what the hell would I know?
Or else, for hearsay to matter, it needs to be firsthand observation. Okay, you saw something that was criminal or is clear evidence of criminality, the person reporting it. Second, that the that the person testifying has reasons for you to rely on them, right? So usually in the
Like a pastor?
Yeah, or whatever the prisoner's occupation might be. Like maybe there's a doctor in the group or a drug rehab specialist. We don't know who these people are that reported or what their jobs are.
Or a cop trained to notice drug use, seeing you with coke on your nose.
No, we've already established he's some hillbilly podunk cop that's like, Barney Fife.
Right. Well, tarnation.
CI context,
Golly,
confidential
Andy.
informant context. They'll say this person has a long history, long record of being reliable and trustworthy, things like that. Or like the case, the main Minnesota Supreme Court case, the people were testifying against their own criminal interest. So they're like, okay, that's evidence of reliability. There's a bunch of these tools here. And you have to exclude evidence of bias that might make them unreliable.
I have a feeling this is not actually from Robert Barnes, but thank you, Robert Barnes. Robert Barnes, thank you so much. One trick in winning cases is to tell them stories that don't go anywhere. Like this one time in Pennsylvania, I looked at New York to karate chop the Minnesota judge, but Rekieta was still high, so I tried an onion to my belt, which was the style at the time. Indeed.
Thank Grandpa Simpson.
Thank you so much. The Marshallist, is that how you say that? Marshallist, right?
Sure.
Who says you two are doing the Lord's work right now? Well, thank you.
We're trying, man. We're trying. This is not easy. This is very enraging.
The third thing that's still not sufficient for probable cause. You still have to have independent corroborating evidence.
You mean like the other stuff that's in there?
4 independent people seeing different things, saying, "Hey, something ain't right here."
And the cop looking into Nick's behavior online, which is public record. No,
yeah, his behavior in public, and it kind of adds to that. It's almost like there's a totality of things. Oh my god, dude, this is getting really painful.
It's almost like it's not just a 16-year-old stinking.
Yeah, which all 16-year-olds stink. The hormones make them smelly.
Jesus, the Chewbacca defense. This makes the Chewbacca defense look sane.
It does. It really does.
Otherwise, they don't do it. Let me explain to you why that is.
Oh, please.
2 reasons. In Minnesota, by law, they're required upon a report to first do an investigation.
You mean like looking up information? That's true for CPS, by the way. It's not necessarily true for the police. The police do an investigation by going online and looking at the behavior of said individuals.
Yeah. The first thing they need to do is investigate. That cop should not have been investigating.
See, this was reported to the police, not CPS. So the police have a different procedure entirely for how they investigate things. And it's almost like it's a different agency.
But even then, they did investigate.
Yeah. Yeah, they went. They looked at Aaron's stuff. They looked at Nick's video.
Anyway, okay. So there's number 1. They got to do what they did. Okay, what's number 2?
Before anything else happens. Here, it's clear, and that means an independent investigation involving child welfare and the relevant authorities.
You mean the police?
You mean like the cops, the relevant authorities?
An independent investigation. Okay, so the cops get the report of a crime, and what they got to do is go, okay, we need an outside source to look into this. I'm fairly certain that's not how it happens.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the cops are the independent source that looks into this. You fucking idiot!
Jesus Christ.
By the admission of the search warrant affidavit, by what's omitted, that never happened here. He violated Minnesota law and the whole process he went about it.
No, he did.
What is okay, your only thing so far that you've shown is omitted is the exact dates that the children said they weren't being fed. That's it. That's the only thing that they've proven was omitted anywhere here. And I'm fairly certain that's not enough to throw a case out of.
Yeah.
I don't know. I could be wrong. He's a lawyer. I still want number 2.
But here's why that is. In New York, they did a study. Guess what percentage of child neglect and abuse reports turned out to be true? What would you guess the percentage was?
In New York? I thought this was doesn't Nick live in Minnesota?
Yes.
So the Minnesota stuff he's talking about is because of a New York poll that was done.
Yes.
Right.
And we should just ignore reports of child abuse because they might not be true.
Dangerous,
because
thank
a
you.
lot of them are overblown.
Yes.
So we should just ignore them, not take them seriously. Whose side is he on? Is he defending like child predators? Because that's kind of what it sounds like to me.
Dangerous, thank you so much. Monkey, wait. Wasn't he criticizing one of these people for discussing why they are a reliable witness? I hope he argues in court better than he's arguing here. He's a moron. Yeah. From what I've heard of his win-loss record, he's just this good in court.
15%.
4%. Anybody familiar with this world knows the first way you get payback at somebody is you report neglect.
Okay. Hey, Robert, were the drugs found? You can sit here and point to all the hypothetical cases, real or imagined, where people are just out there trying to get at Nick. Were the drugs found?
That's the problem, is there's actually evidence. Yes, he's right. A lot of people do get vindictive, especially exes, by accusing people of abuse.
Yep.
But when the investigation is done, they don't find any evidence of the issue that was at hand. In this case, know what they found? Fucking evidence!
Shit was lying all over the place.
Yeah, apparently it was just like all over the fucking place. And nobody cared. Because they're all strung out on drugs. Or a child.
Report abuse. Oh, I'm pretty sure they're abusing. Oh, yeah. I saw it at the time.
I want to bring this up. Like, it's wild. Listen to this. Mike Pierce. Children at church saying they are hungry. Didn't say when they last ate. They could simply mean they didn't eat before coming to church. And
no, it's literally reported. They said they weren't being fed.
Yeah.
Eat later. Oh, okay. So I thought that was just first of all, none of that's in the affidavit. But none of
hungry.
But the details.
That's not malnourishment. That doesn't reach the stage
of
malnourishment.
You do not need to reach the state of malnourishment for it to be neglecting your child by not feeding them.
Yep.
Again, in the Minnesota law, it says the potential to harm to the child.
These details aren't even.
I know. Actually, reading the law, you'd think one of these fucking lawyers would do it.
No, they're too busy running interference for their friend.
I got to beat myself off.
Been in there that the details. I thought that was saying presupposing that as a matter of fact. It does. First of all, everybody who's had kids know they will skip breakfast or they won't eat it because they don't like scrambled eggs, and then an hour later they complain about being hungry. And this.
What?
Again, conflation.
How many of them don't eat breakfast because it's scrambled eggs and then say they're hungry and then their dad is found with a mountain of Coke? I'm asking for a friend.
I'm telling you, this is not to pass off or pardon or excuse what I have observed of
It's 100% to you fucking liar. You pussy ass bitch.
Yeah, you're trying to play both sides now because you're starting to realize what you sound like.
Behavior. I'll say it every day of the week. I think he needs help, and I think he should, whether or not he thinks he needs help.
Okay, well, what do you think is the situation with the kids? Because that's what we're talking about right now.
Why would he need help if all this stuff is bullshit by some angry small town church gossip? Why would he need help? What makes you think he needs help? What is it about his alleged behavior makes you think that this man needs help? Because all you've done is make excuses for him.
And did you think he need help before he got arrested? That's a good. I don't know if I've seen these two talk about that.
Why would they? They're busy.
Before Nick got arrested, did you think he had a drug problem?
Yeah, well, I don't understand what the basis of him saying that Nick needs help is when all this stuff is a bunch of church gossip and just internal nonsense from people that don't like Nick.
Yep.
How could there be an issue then?
But I totally think he needs to clean up his life, guys.
Yeah, why?
There's no good reason for them to think he was doing drugs.
He should be checking in for help regardless, because it will help in all respects of this case.
What
But
case?
we're looking at the affidavit.
You've been tearing apart this affidavit the entire time. What case? Apparently, they have no case. You should just get this thrown out immediately.
Yes. This is a bad warrant. It never should have been served. Therefore, the drugs found are fruit of the poison tree. There is no case. There's no reason for him to check into rehab. Especially not for the case. What the hell are you talking about, Viva?
Yeah, what case? There's nothing going on here. This is fucking crazy.
Why would you check into a rehab place if there's no real case here? Because remember, what they are arguing here, this is not just arguing that the affidavit is bad. Arguing that the affidavit is bad is arguing that this case should be thrown out entirely. Because,
What case?
again,
Showcase here, Monkey. It's nothing to see here.
Without infusing what we think or what we know of Rekieta extracurricularly. Robert, another one
because
here.
That's how you read an affidavit. You don't read an affidavit. I mean, here's some of the other genius legal advice from the nitwits on social media and Twitter that it's up to, but Barnes, they found drugs. Hello, everybody. If the Fourth Amendment could be routinely and regularly violated anytime you found evidence of a crime, there would be no Fourth Amendment.
no, what we're pointing out to you, dumbass, is when you're saying there was literally no reason for them to have any probable cause here. Him having the drugs shows that those people who were concerned that you're trying to pass off as just Nick haters and gossiping church haters had a point. They saw something. You want to gloss over that part. No, that cop, you even made fun of the cop and tried to pretend that this guy doesn't know shit about fuck. Him finding the drugs is evidence that he did, you dumbass. Oh, God, he's so disingenuous. He's such a fucking liar. I'm just going to say it in plain language. I'm going to use my GED language. He's a fucking liar.
You better use smaller words then.
All search warrant challenges, guess what? Guess what context they happen in? In criminal cases. They happen in criminal cases because they found something. So
there's no challenges to search warrants in cases where they're not having the police search people? Weird.
Yeah, strange how that happens.
Huh.
the fact you don't get to retroactively justify a warrant because, hey, turns out my suspicion was right.
Your probable cause?
Yeah, apparently you did have the probable cause because you found something.
That's not how the Fourth Amendment works.
That's not what's even alleged here, Dick. That is your bullshit lying interpretation of what went on.
Well,
you are
that's
building up. You're building up a straw man and then kicking his ass.
Yeah, he's doing a great job too, because those straw men, they go down like a bitch.
They go down like a Viva fray. I was about to say something else about this. Oh, yes, and not to equate
like April, but
cocaine and methamphetamine or whatever, ketamine to marijuana. But once upon a time, marijuana was illegal and in a class, whatever the felony was, and you get busted with that, you're damn right you're going to try to question the warrant that allowed them to go find marijuana in your place. And then
what? Okay,
I don't know where he's going.
I feel like I missed something there. Sorry, guys.
No, it's just
we have to hear that again.
Because, hey, turns out my suspicion was right. That's not how the Fourth Amendment works.
I was about to say something else about this. Oh, yes, and not to equate cocaine and methamphetamine or whatever, ketamine to marijuana. But once upon a time, marijuana was illegal and in a class, whatever the felony was, and you get busted with that, you're damn right you're going to try to question the warrant that allowed them to go find marijuana in your place.
That's just good lawyering, though. That's got nothing to do with...
That has. I don't even know what he's trying to say there, other than you should question warrants. I mean, that's what your lawyer will do.
They're talking legal strategy now.
At one time, marijuana was illegal, and you'd question that.
I really hate these two now.
I don't even know what to say to that. He might as well have just went, but the sky's blue.
If the sky isn't blue, you must acquit.
What the fuck?
And then I did have the secondary thought. Look, people say Nick is on some sort of.
I just got to stop you there. It's amazing to me that you just called that a thought. I mean, technically it's correct, but Jesus. All right, I gotta hear his follow-up. I'm using air quotes, thought.
And then I did have the secondary thought. Look, people say Nick is on some sort of prescription medication. I don't know this. I have no personal knowledge of this. If it's true, one could imagine that potentially for the purposes of enhancing the charges after they raid, they were at 26.2 grams, which brought it 1.2 grams over the threshold of 25. If they made it,
including the packaging,
well,
by the way.
I don't think he was prescribed cocaine.
It was less than 20.
And if it included, I don't know if people crush up prescription meds for whatever the reason. If it accidentally includes prescription meds, fine, he's in possession, but you bumped it up to 20. Say it again.
Robert pointed out, some others have pointed out, often those.
Okay, can we talk about that 26 for a minute? Lots of people are like, but it included the packaging. One, how heavy do you think a cut up bag is?
Plus, they can weigh that independently to subtract it.
But Vivas seems to be making the argument that Nick might have got some of his prescription drugs mixed up in the Coke. Sorry. Why would you take like headache powder and, oh shit, I spilled it in my Coke?
Yeah, clearly.
What we do know is that when April went to jail, she had a prescription bottle with two unidentified so far pills that didn't belong in that bottle, as well as gummies.
Yeah. And I would expect they'll probably add that charge on for bringing drugs into the jail.
These two guys who have been very upset about things not being included are just making shit up. This is the equivalent.
They're lawyers, monkey. Why would they do that? That'd be dishonest.
This is the equivalent of being on trial for murder and you going, but the real murderer is right outside that door and nobody's really out there. Is it possible?
I think it'd be worse than that. Like, the state is trying me for murder, when in fact I regularly speed for a living.
Yes.
The fact that I run people over is beside the point.
When you're getting to the point in this defense where you're trying to argue that maybe the baggies of cocaine might accidentally contain some of your prescription drug medicine, you haven't lost the plot. It's like you've been lobotomized.
It's just desperation. It's really sad to see.
Jesus. A big ass plastic shopping bag is 5 grams. There you go. And remember what they found, the way it's described, you've probably seen it in movies. They take a sandwich bag, the little plastic ones, and they fill one corner of it and they cut that off and seal that up. That's what was found there. My bet is even with all of the packaging, it's still, or taking all of that away, it's still over 25 grams.
Most likely, yeah, because you can weigh the bag separate and subtract it from the total.
People are making it sound like, they were bringing recyclable totes.
Good criminal law commentator on legal.
Wait, I wonder if I can find that online. How much does a plastic sandwich bag weigh? My mic's in front of me. I can't do it very well. How much does a Ziploc bag weigh? There we go. 1.18 gram for the full Ziploc bag. That's with the zippy on it, Jack.
And you know what you could do is some of these fancier scales, you can subtract that out.
Mm-hmm. And they had, well, people are saying that it wasn't done, so I don't know or not, but let's say it wasn't, just for argument's sake.
Were they in the evidence room when it was brought in? Because I don't think they fucking know.
There were only 2 baggies found. 2 baggies would be 1 corner each of a plastic bag like that, Jack, which, even if we're being generous, we'll give it 50% of the bag's weight. 2 of them is only a gram, which still puts Nick over the 25.
Oh, that's an inconvenient fact, though.
Oh, don't tell people that, because that's what they're holding on to.
Yeah, Nick's a good boy. Didn't do nothing.
The old mindset that pointed out that in some jurisdictions, it has to only be the illegal substance, and often the illegal substance is mixed with other substances that are not illegal.
Mhm.
With what? What do you think the Coke was mixed with that's perfectly legal there, Barnes? Do you think this is that episode of Always Sunny where they used up all the Coke and it was actually mostly flour?
It was Angel's Kisses.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, Reese's Pieces, I have an idea for your next product.
Fuck.
And that would reduce it. And for those that don't know, the difference is 25 grams makes it more than 25 grams makes it puts a whole different level.
25-year maximum versus whatever under 25.
Like a 5.5 year at minimum sentence for a first-time offender. Less than.
Notice what they did there is they give the maximum sentence for the 25, and then like, oh, you'll only serve 5 for your first. The penalty, if I remember correctly, for the less than 25 where he would fall is still 10 years.
Yeah,
so
in either case, he's not going to do anywhere near that amount of time.
Especially not as a first-time offender.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In 25, you're in a totally different territory. So, by the way, that was a sign to me when I read that. I was like, oh, this is a biased cop who's out to get somebody. He's manufacturing a false charge.
Much like you're manufacturing this narrative.
Yeah.
Trying to pretend that the packaging includes the weight for illegal substance.
All right, Barnes. He described what the packaging was. Go get some and weigh it up. Get back to me.
Yeah, it's still going to be overweight. This is so enraging how disingenuous these statements are.
But this is proof it's a biased cop because he found 26 grams and he included the packaging. All right.
But how does he know that?
How does he know that's not standard operating procedure for them? That doesn't show any bias. Worst you could say is shoddy police work, and I wouldn't even say that. But if you're trying to make sure it's 25 grams of the actual substance, maybe. But that doesn't show bias in any way, you fucking tard.
Big statement everybody's focused on is fourth-hand hearsay, has no temporal relevance, isn't connected up to anything, didn't come directly from the kids, didn't correctly come from a teacher, couldn't have come from their teacher because it's a preschool teacher, and all of them are outside of preschool.
All of that he just said is bullshit.
Yes. And not to mention, it still could be their, hey, wait for it, Sunday school teacher. Just saying.
Yep. It was taken as true. It doesn't constitute child abuse or neglect on its face. So we already have the pastor's church gossip doesn't add up to anything.
Wait, Barbara, let me
now we get category 2 and category 3 of evidence, which is the social media troll.
All right, I'm done with these guys. Do you want to watch more?
No, I hate these people more than I could possibly describe right now because they are just running interference for Nick.
And it's pretty sad. They are so disingenuous. That's the nicest thing I can say about them.
The leaps of logic and assumptions they are creating to craft this narrative is so disingenuous.
Yeah.
It's tiresome. If I'm telling you, if these guys were the lawyers and I was on the jury, I would find their client guilty because of their nonsense. Because
I would
I'd be like,
find
they are obfuscating so heavily.
Yep, I would find him guilty. Be like, I can't help it. Your lawyer's a douche, man.
Yeah, did you get that?
I'm
rumble
duty
from
bound. Oh, anyway, drugs in the fucking house already constitute neglect. Yes, that is true too. Under Minnesota state law, just having the kids in the house with drugs is neglect. He doesn't tell you that part.
Yeah, look, your hate facts have no place here. Did you get that rumble from Dangerous Spaces?
Oh, did I miss the second one there?
I don't know. I'm asking you that.
I think I did miss that. Dangerous, thank you. Wait, Monk, wasn't he? Oh, no, I did read that one. That one. Okay. Shut up. Oh,
And Nick has been on Locals talking to people.
yes.
And apparently he's been blocking all criticism. So if you've been criticizing him, he's been blocking you on Locals. You know, the people that are paying him, which is going to put him in more financial straits, which means he's going to have to do a live stream. And he agreed to go on Ralph's live stream, the kill stream, after he does one of his own.
Yeah, we have is this the one? Yes, this is the one I wanted to say. This he blocked this person and several others. This one just made me laugh. Said, "Oh, hey, Rekieta Law pays more attention to us than his own kids." Which is sadly probably true.
Yeah, apparently.
I can't stomach these people who are making these kind of arguments. I get it. You're lawyers and you're trying to lawyer up for your friend, but even all the other lawyers are like, this doesn't make any sense.
No, especially after they saw the probable cause affidavit.
Yep.
They said, no, there's enough here that this could go forward. And they've been throwing little hissy fits about it because people are disagreeing with them. Look, maybe they could get it tossed at trial. I don't know. If they do, a lot of stuff will go out, but that doesn't stop the backlash against the guy who was doing drugs, apparently ignoring his kid and fucking around on his wife.
Yep.
It's still going to be judged for that. It's still going to have some social ostracization. And people were saying, did you watch that clip I sent you from that one guy?
Which one?
Hold on.
I watched a lot of stuff.
The headphones from Trigger Point.
I've been getting lots of stuff sent to me, and it all kind of runs together at the moment. That's the guy I've been talking about, legal mindset. Yeah. Oh yeah,
yeah. He was saying that there's a private chat, and Nick's talking in there, saying stuff that he probably shouldn't be saying.
Yep.
Is Nick so addled in his junkie brain that he doesn't understand that the cops could subpoena all that?
I don't know, honestly. Possibly.
So, because if he's talking in there and anybody took screenshots, they'll take it to the cops and they'll go get a search warrant for Locals, which is run by Rumble, and serve it on them and get all that stuff. So it's pretty stupid to be doing that. You're tattling on yourself. Yeah, exactly, Marshall. He's throwing a temper tantrum.
And that is expected behavior of a drug addict, honestly.
Yeah.
They especially if you're pointing out that they're addicts, they get very fucking angry.
Oh yeah, and he's still early on in this process where he hasn't hit rock bottom yet.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty obvious that his behavior is betraying the fact that he has really learned nothing yet. Yeah, maybe he does want to get his kids back, but has he quit drinking? Has he quit doing drugs? Because it doesn't sound like he's doing anything other than freaking out.
Yeah, they tried way too hard. They were reaching way too hard for anything, and in doing so, they made asses of themselves. But they don't seem to care because they have a lot of supporters who are like, "Yeah, you guys are right," when they're not. They're just not. Yeah. And I guarantee you, if this goes all the way up to the Supreme Court will laugh it out and be like, "Are you kidding? Of course it's fine." And Barnes would be going, "But Fourth Amendment." Look, you're not gonna out constitutional love me, motherfucker.
Well, look, even if he was right about elements of it, there's still enough other stuff within the probable cause affidavit that would give them a warrant.
But that's
So-
what he's relying on, is the notion that if you take each of these individually, see, there's a problem. But the problem is that he's taking them individually.
Yeah, it's worthless to do that.
It's the totality of it. It wasn't just him walking out of the church, so they went and searched his house for drugs. It wasn't just that his kids said they weren't fed that made them go search the house for drugs. It wasn't just the coke on his nose in a fucking stream that made him go look for drugs. It's all of it together.
Yep. And you knock one of those pegs away, there's still a lot of others holding them up, and anything else is just copium.
Indeed. And with that, goddamn, 5 hours.
Not quite, but we're pretty close.
That didn't feel like it. That felt like 3. I did start
That
to feel
felt like 7 with those retards talking.
Not for me.
I know, because you have a higher tolerance for this kind of nonsense than I do.
I enjoy fucking with retards. I do. And for the record, over on social media, I've had to run into a couple of the retards who were defending these two idiots because I dared question Frey when he said the children didn't report it, when he actually showed them saying the children complained. I'm running into these idiots who are just buying this bullshit, and I'm not going to lie, I have fun with it because they're stupid. And if you guys don't follow me on Twitter, you really should, because I'm funny as fuck.
I'm just angry.
This one guy named Harold said something stupid, and I asked him if when he was 12, a big guy with a beard and a flying motorcycle said, "You're an idiot, Harold," and took him off to a school for special children. I'm funny.
With his wand.
I'm just saying. Anyway, with that, guys, we're going to wrap this one up. Thank you so much, especially those of you who hung out the whole time. You guys are fucking heroes. All of you who watched, thank you. We've had some very good crowds lately, and thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for the donations. You guys are awesome. Jack, anything you want to show out?
I haven't done anything today. I haven't gotten anything done. But thank you all for the support you give us and all the donations. It really does help. And I'm glad to see so many people come out and watch. We do have fun doing these streams, even if they are a bit painful at times. And yeah, this has been a really interesting case. I think it's going to get more interesting as things progress, as more stuff comes out. So we probably will be talking about this for a while. Not entirely just this, but you know,
no, because we do need to talk about the Trump case, and I'm expecting we're going to hear some big news within the next couple of days on that.
Yeah, the jury instructions are tomorrow, and I am curious as to how the judge is going to rig this show trial.
I do want to remind those of you who we've made fans of Willie Mack that he has a new video out, and toss that into chat. Make sure you're watching Jack's videos. Also, once more, for those of you who saw the beginning of yesterday's show and were wondering about an update, we did hear from your boy Pat today. He says he's doing okay. He might be in the hospital till Friday-ish, and I'm glad he's doing better, but go sit your black ass down and rest.
Yeah, he was in chat earlier.
I know. Go sit your black ass down and rest. We'll catch up when you feel better. I am glad to hear that he says his sister is, just a little over dramatic, but she loves you, buddy. That's what love is. Sometimes going a little bit too far in your worry. Okay. But it is good to hear from him instead of it secondhand. That gives me a little more hope, because I'm gonna be honest with you, I was worried.
Yeah, it's good to have that reassurance that he is, alive and kicking.
Pat, we love you. We want you to get better. And Jack, did you show? I forgot.
Yeah, I didn't really have anything.
Okay, I get into these long rambles and I forget what the fuck is just happened.
Links for all my stuff's in the description anyway. So
yeah, but I'm gonna go watch the Willie Mack video. So you guys, thanks for watching, Jack. A pleasure as always.
Always glad to be here.
Everybody, take care of yourselves and don't take advice from jackasses who are clearly just lying because they have nothing else to say.
Yeah, and don't take legal advice from us. We're idiots.
We'll see y'all next time.
Bye, everybody.
And here's where the show ends for the day. Robert Barnes is hella gay.